Is it my imagination? Are we going like 1 mile an hour? What's going on here? Oi! Geezer!
What?
Our flight's in 10 minutes!
Well, we better hurry then, didn't we?
Buckle up, boys, buckle up! Come on, mate!
So, let's face the facts. I'm hot, you're hot. Who wants to pet me?
Crash Team Racing. Once he gets behind the wheel, things get ugly.
You and me. Booyah, Grandma. Booyah.
There's Malcolm.
He's a genius.
Who?
Malcolm.
Where do you think that came from? Then there's Malcolm's dad.
Honestly, Hal, you're like a monkey. Arms up. Dude.
And Malcolm's mom.
You've always been the best one. Best one. The best one.
Not to mention Malcolm's brothers, Dewey.
Ow, ow, ow!
Reese.
Open. Swish.
And Francis.
Give me another chance, which I admit I don't deserve.
Which leaves Malcolm in the middle.
Closer to the wall.
Mom, seriously, it reeks over here. I can't help it.
Malcolm in the Middle, premiering Sunday after The Simpsons at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Fox.
All right. Welcome to the pre-show for Malapert Wrestling's 69th live stream here on YouTube. On today's stream, the channel will be turning its attention back to AEW. In particular, we will focus on the feud between MJF and Mark Briscoe. Now, we have not covered any AEW on this channel since over here, August 24th Forbidden Door. But this feud started all the way back here on the June 25th episode of Dynamite. The Malapert himself, that would be me, has reviewed every segment involving these two up until Forbidden Door. Now, if you've missed any of our coverage of this feud, I'll be using today's pre-show to go back and revisit my old reviews of the early portion up until the June 24th Forbidden Door show. Later, on the main live stream, we will go over the rest of the feud, which has yet to be covered on this channel, and listen to reviews from various wrestling podcasters and streamers around social media, including Jim Cornette, Post Wrestling, Fightful, JD from New York, Wrestle Tati, one of my favorites, and more. We're doing this stream today to get you ready for the next edition of the Malapert Wrestling Podcast, where I will give my thoughts on all the latest AEW headlines, focusing on the last 2 months of AEW television. From this period, I've chosen one storyline to feature on today's live stream. Now that we've got the pleasantries out of the way, let's go back to my June 26, 2025 live stream, the 30th live stream on this channel, where I reviewed the June 25th AEW Dynamite. There's Elora, my dog, Malapert Wrestling Podcast Hall of Famer herself. And look at me. Look how young I looked. Can you believe that? My, how time flies. Hard to believe that was already 4+ months ago. But yeah, here I am reviewing ROH from that week, like anyone gave a fuck about me reviewing Ring of Honor. Literally, I could see viewer counts while I was doing the stream, as a couple of people would tune in, see that the topic was ROH, and immediately tune out 10 seconds later. But I tried my best to fit it in. I had an incredible streak of 10 straight months reviewing every wrestling show there was on this channel. But I digress. This was the week where MJF and Mark Briscoe kicked off their epic feud. I will start our journey backstage with Ricochet, who on this day was looking for stablemates, begged AR Fox to be his partner, and then abandoned him for no apparent reason, leaving him alone to get beat by Jet Speed. Poor AR Fox. But I only mention Ricochet here because he will figure into this MJF Mark Briscoe thing later on. He didn't feel the alliance with AR Fox here, but later he joins forces with Gates of Agony and will work with MJF. Speaking of MJF, here he is. Let's set up the situation. We had just gone through a weeks-long saga where MJF angled to join the powerful stable Hurt Syndicate in hopes of having major muscle to back his quest to regain his Triple B AEW World Title belt. Funny how that turned out. As we'll see, MJF's relationship with Hurt Syndicate's Lashley and Benjamin falls apart during this period here we are covering today. But on this day, we saw Hurt Syndicate at full force with MJF, a glimpse of what was supposed to be a mega stable. On paper, it was. As MVP accepts Jet Speed's challenge for a World Tag title match after they just whooped their ass, MJF also got mic time here to announce his intentions to enter the Casino Gauntlet match at the biggest show of the year, All In, and earn a shot at regaining the world title, then held by Jon Moxley. MJF, who was just coming off a loss to Mystico the week before, amid their deeply heated personal feud, apparently thinks his alliance with Hurt Syndicate will push him over the top and get him the top spot on the card, despite his poor run of form. So this brings out Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe, according to many fans, underutilized by AEW following the tragic death of his brother Jay. Considering literally only the sheer fact that he could continue to wrestle after that tragedy, I would have gave him the push if I had the book. But considering also his body of work, his working ability, his personality and promos, and the fact that he would have been the ultimate babyface to that audience, it is a shame that the booking kept him from the heights he should have reached in his early AEW career. But here we are. Mark Briscoe is out here for two reasons. His match is next, a qualifier for the aforementioned Casino Gauntlet, and the fact that he felt compelled to go against MJF in a battle of words, both destined to do battle in the Casino Gauntlet. The first promo battle between MJF and Mark Briscoe.
Max, we all know that you could listen to yourself talk all night long. However, my man Mikey behind this curtain with the headset on, you know, the producer, he said, Max is taking too long once again. Chicken, we gotta hit your music because you got a match. Get him boys out of the ring. So if you would so kindly exit the ring so I can come down there and take care of business.
Only one Briscoe.
I got this, Montel. Hey, nobody asked you. Shut the hell up. Let me explain something to you, Mark Briscoe. I don't give a damn about what time it is. We can take up as much time as we want, because unlike you, we're actually stars. Now, I know these people like you. You like Mark Briscoe, huh? Yeah. Mark, let me tell you why they like you. They like you because they can relate to you. They all grew up dirt ugly and dirt poor. I'm willing to bet all these schmucks in this arena and everyone watching at home has about as many bills in their pockets as you do teeth in your mouth. So here's some advice for you. I think you should leave, because if you get in this ring, Lord knows you're just gonna do what you always do. You're gonna lose, man. You're gonna lose. So go back to what you do best, go back to your ranch in Delaware, and pick up chicken shit, you blue-collar bitch.
You're hilarious, my friend. But you know, I see right through you, man. I see your inner turmoil, that pain, the place where all these hurtful comments come from, man. I know, you said it yourself. You was bullied as a child, and all these comments, they come from a place of hurt inside yourself, man. So the word of the day is empathy, Max. So Seattle, if you will please let me empathize with this man. and put myself in your shoes, Max. I think you're trying to compensate for something. I feel like all these hurtful comments and words that come from your mouth come from a place of insufficiency and a place of, well, let me put it this way. If I'm Maxwell Jacob Freeman, and I've been going damn near 30 years with a little teeny tiny kosher pickle in my pants, then I would probably want to hang out with these fellas too.
Now you must be out of your god. Listen. We are about business. This is not business. So how about you and I, with the rest of the syndicate, we exit the ring. We will exit the ring, and we will leave Mark Briscoe to do what he does better than anybody else. We'll go in the back and we'll watch him lose.
Well, smart of MVP to try and calm down MJF. That's good mentorship in my view.
MVP holds him back, and they don't do anything on this night. So MVP's like, yep, go ahead. He clears the path for Mark Briscoe to head to the ring. I guess they'll take care of that later. So Mark Briscoe's in a match here. It's a four-way with Takeshita, Roderick Strong, and Bandito. The winner is the first entrant into the Casino Gauntlet, which seems like a detriment, being the first guy in, because then you have to fight all these guys. But it's kind of not the way they put it, because the match could end at any time. So you want to be first in just so you are guaranteed a spot in the match. So that's kind of a weird match to have. I never really enjoyed this idea for this match. But regardless, I'll see some highlights if there are any. Bandito, Roderick Strong, Takeshita. Here's Mark Briscoe with a dive off the ring apron onto Bandito. Nice little spot. And I think this is the ending, as Roderick Strong gives Bandito a move. He leaves him open to getting elbow dropped by Mark Briscoe, and Mark Briscoe earns the first entry into the Casino Gauntlet. All right, so he's in, and they're the Hurt Syndicate. Or I have thought that they would kind of try to ruin this match for him or attack him after the match, but they're just watching on a TV in the back. That's that. Yeah, that's that. Well, that wasn't much of a review, more of a summary. Hey, I was really actually live that day, so I got nervous. It's different when you're live. I guess I forgot to actually review the segment, other than to say that I thought maybe Hurt Syndicate would have jumped Mark Briscoe after the match, or even during the match. It's a four-way, no disqualification, lazy booking match. If they wanted to, they could have had the Hurt Syndicate just jump Mark Briscoe during the match, throw his ass into the steel steps and the guardrail, and back their boy up after this guy had just come out and talked mad shit. Interrupted their promo to come out and literally talk shit, and instead of whooping his ass, they just stood backstage and watched the match on a TV. I thought they were the Hurt Syndicate. I thought they hurt people. But no. Instead, we just get this shot, and MJF is pissed off looking that Mark Briscoe won the match. I guess you could very well explain this by saying Lashley and Benjamin never really looked at MJF as a true brother of a stablemate. They weren't all in on his wars. They weren't willing to take on this feud with Mark Briscoe alongside MJF. They treated MJF more like a guy that was just lucky that they just let him hang around them. Regardless, if I were to give a retrospective review of this whole thing on this night, the promo battle, the match, and the post-match shot, according to the Malapert Wrestling review system, I'll give it a thumbs up. I probably didn't realize at the time this would kick off such a long-standing feud between the two, but retrospectively, Tony Khan set this up decently well, I think. They do end up battling in the Casino Gauntlet, which they set up with the MJF promo, and immediately after with the match, we get our first qualifier for the match. For all the flack TK gets as a booker, I'll go ahead and say that this was a neat little piece of business to kick off this feud. We'll be back with the pre-show right after these messages.
Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Kangaskhan, Golem, Caputo, Meowth, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
If that's how your kids talk, then come to Burger King. Now every Burger King Big Kids meal comes with a Pokemon toy and trading card or Master Trainer trading card sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, love the sweatshirt.
Old Navy. Performance fleece.
It's always in good taste.
The holidays make me feel so warm and fuzzy. That's just a performance fleece.
Hurry in for our item of the week. Performance fleece hooded sweatshirts for the family.
Now, boys, we talked about this.
Janela charging in Darby Allin.
Oh my God, he's going to powerbomb him on the tags.
All right, we're back. Going over some of my reviews from the early part of this feud between MJF and Mark Briscoe before we start the show. Continuing the Malapert Wrestling Lives Here YouTube channel's coverage of the rest of this feud. We're at July 2nd now.
All right, up next we had a four-way. So this is another one of them gauntlet qualifying matches. I guess the winner of this gets the second spot. I've beaten it to death how I thought the format of this match is kind of weird and how they're fighting to become the first entrant. The only advantage being that at least it gets you in the match because the match might end before you even get in the match. First pinfall wins. So, yes, MJF is trying to get that second slot. So this is a four-way with him, Anthony Bowens, Brody King, and AR Fox. AR Fox has gotten a, semi-push recently. Obviously, I anticipated from the very start that this was going to be an MJF win, and I was right. The Hurt Syndicate that was there to protect him. They didn't really interfere per se, but they did stand in front of him at times and keep MJF from getting attacked. And he even had time to go on commentary. So he even got a chance to sit at commentary for a few minutes and save his energy while the other three fought in the ring. So that gave him an advantage, definitely. Afterbirth has the whole Mark Briscoe MJF thing, which is really interesting, actually, because if MJF is going to have to be kept away from the world title scene and have to kill some time somehow, there is no better way I can think of than having a feud with Mark Briscoe. This could be something. I think that could be something that they should milk and try to keep it going as long as they can.
Mark Briscoe said it to...
Congratulations, Max. You have officially won your qualifying match, and you will be the number 2 entrant in the Casino Battle Royal at All In Texas.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Casino Gauntlet, man.
The bad news is, as you well know, I am the number 1 entrant, and that means you have ensured yourself an uninterrupted ass whooping, at least for a brief moment in time in Dallas, Texas.
Last week at Dynamite, Mark Briscoe made some certain insinuations about the size of MJF's, shall we say, kosher pickle.
Now, I want to make this clear, Bobby, Shelton, MVP, I'm not addressing either one of you fellas. I am talking directly to the man who called me a blue-collar bitch on national TV last week.
Because you are one!
Now, the blue-collar comment, I wear like a badge of honor. But the bitch comment is what has ensured the beatdown that you got coming, Max.
Is that so?
But I just want you to know that I'm always 2 steps ahead of you, man. That's why I want to make a proposition next week on Dynamite. You have your buddies stay in the back. I need you in the ring with a microphone. I'm going to come down to the ring with a microphone, and let's have a little talky talk. They're chanting talky talk. They're chanting talky talk. If you have a set of nuts next to your tiny little pickle, then I'll see you next week, son.
Mark Briscoe
Reach for the sky,
challenging
boy.
MJF for a tete-a-tete, if you will. Talky talk. I don't know if it's a good idea. I love Briscoe, like everybody else does. I don't know if it's a good idea to try and have a mic battle lead with MJF. I don't know if that's too smart.
No, a man who is sharp-witted, sharp with words. Wait.
Now watch. Like a jet speed. We've seen Mike Bailey.
Alright, I'm gonna cut that off right there. Jet Speed then come in to run an angle with Lashley and Benjamin over the World Tag Titles. But the World Tag Title story is really not going to figure much into this feud between MJF and Briscoe, since MJF isn't going to be in Hurt Syndicate for much longer. But MJF was there to support his stablemates during this beatdown of Jet Speed. A night where you could say Jet Speed might have gotten made amongst some circles, continuously getting up after beatdown, after beatdown, after beatdown, after beatdown. But that's a story for another documentary. As for my review of that night's events,
As for all this stuff with the Hurt Syndicate, I'm going to give this another point. I liked it. I like how it's going. There was times where I didn't, especially in Mexico, but that was difficult because that show in Mexico just was kind of extra, and it was difficult to get through it. But they did it, and we're back on the right track. So MJF is going to be in that Casino Gauntlet match. I look for him to win that. Pretty sure he's going to win. One thing I forgot to mention was Mark Briscoe's t-shirt of MJF has a tiny pickle. I wonder if they're going to sell that on AEW Shop.
so there you go. Another thumbs up on the board. Decent start for the feud here. I referred in my review to the match MJF had in Mexico 2 weeks earlier, where Hurt Syndicate's help couldn't even get MJF over the hump against Místico, as he ended up taking a DQ loss. I personally felt that an affront on the Hurt Syndicate as far as the booking goes. I mean, I love Jet Speed, but this is the stable I'd literally make the main heel stable on this program, and they're having trouble with Místico and Jet Speed. But okay. I was willing to look past that and was very pleased to see the Syndicate on the same page here on this night, thinking it would lead to an eventual time where they would dominate AEW, as this stable really should. But unfortunately, this was short-lived, as we will see later on. But for now, let's move on to Saturday, July 5th. That was the 300th episode of Dynamite, by the way. This right here is the 100th episode of Collision. A few days before we're supposed to have a talky talk, we get this segment. We'll check out my old review of where MJF not only addresses Mark Briscoe after his match, but also rekindles his running feud with Místico, as MJF's two rivals line up together on the same side for trios tag team action. Alright, next up we got Mark Briscoe. He's in a match. He's teaming up with Hologram and Místico. It's a six-man tag. And they're facing off against Roppongi Vice of Don Callis family and Hechicero. Hechicero is in Don Callis family, it seems. It says on here, Don Callis family's Hechicero and Roppongi Vice. So I never realized that he was officially in it, but okay. There he is. Coolest theme song in wrestling, but they didn't use his theme song today. But alright, what is this? A six-man? I don't really got any highlights from it. It's a win for the babyfaces. Místico taps out Rocky Romero to get the win. There's Rocky Romero pissed off after the match. There's Mark Briscoe celebrating. But the afterbirth is interesting. MJF has been feuding with Mark Briscoe, so he gets on the Titantron. MJF and MVP are in the back, which makes me think, why didn't MJF help Shelton Benjamin if he was in the arena? Because he usually helps even when they don't want his help. So today he wasn't there, and Shelton took a loss. Let's play some MJF, though. It's the only thing from this collision that I'll actually consider playing.
So exciting! That's fantastic. Hoglam, how about you go tell teleport your ass back to the hotel, because I don't want to talk to you. I'm here to talk to Mystico and Briscoe, a.k.a. Jabroni and El Jabroni. Here's the deal. You like that? I know how to speak Spanish, baby. We don't talky-talk. No, we don't. That's what poor, uneducated chicken farmers do. For sure. We converse. We speak the language of violence. So how about we have a little conversation right now? How about you do that? Mark Briscoe, you want to talk to me one-on-one? I don't know, man. See, the way I see it, I always roll with my clique. Because when you're in the syndicate, we ride together. We die together. We hurt people together. But I'll consider it. And as far as you go, Mystico, I know you're all excited. Yay! I'm in the casino gauntlet! Are you? Because last time I checked, I'm going to beat Mark Briscoe within an inch of his life and pin him before anybody else gets to make an entrance at All In Texas. So now you two can go back to doing what poor people do. I don't know, count food stamps or something. Montel, talk us out of here. Mark, I appreciate your enthusiasm, I honestly do, but you're way out of your league. Y Místico, ya tú sabes que tú eres el cabrón de México. A loser. I don't know what he just said, but when you're in the syndicate, it ain't personal. It's just business.
Kiss my ass!
You know what? I'll give a half point for the MJF promo. I kind of like that. And I'll give a half point to Mark Briscoe for the kiss my ass at the end afterwards. So MJF cut a decent promo. Him and MVP. Mark Briscoe I found pretty funny too.
Well, this was the week I started dishing out points for anything and everything on my reviews instead of rating the storyline as a whole on the night. But we can gather from my thoughts that I kinda like this. Not as hot a review as the previous two dates, but still, not bad. We'll throw a little Orange Cassidy, unenthusiastic halvesy thumbs up, and add a half point to our running tally for today's program. We were already in store for a highly anticipated segment the coming Wednesday on Dynamite, so I don't know if they necessarily needed to have these two do something on this Saturday night, but at least it was something to remember for the crowd in attendance that night. Kinda. And hey, for a lot of the critics of early AEW who complained of lack of running angles, at least we got a running storyline here. But let's move on. We're at July 9th, and although these two have had plenty of chances to talk, a talky-talk basically means we gonna promo battle, in not so many words. So Mark Briscoe wants to promo battle with MJF. Is that wise? MJF, we all know, will go wherever he feels he needs to go, has never been afraid to get personal. In fact, that's his bread and butter, his forte, if you will. And Mark Briscoe, as we all know, with one giant vulnerability, one giant target on his back. Next up, we got a backstage interview. It's the Hurt Syndicate, all of them. This I will listen to. Here we go.
Here moments we finally get this one-on-one.
No. It ain't no one-on-one just because Mark Briscoe wants a one-on-one. See, Briscoe, you're about to get hurt by the Syndicate, baby, and this casino gauntlet match is going to be as fast as that. And I will get one step closer to obtaining what I need, and that is my All Elite Wrestling World Championship.
Well, Max, let's talk.
We gotta grab the tag titles and do a photo shoot. Excuse me. Absolutely, Montel. Let's go, boys. All right, Renee, raffle off some more stupid
All right. Let's talk the casino gauntlet match.
Yo!
Alright, so I'm going to interject a little bit here on this review to skip over the Jet Speed feud with Lashley and Benjamin. It does tie into MJF's feud with Briscoe a bit, as MJF, interestingly, was very keen on having his boys back him up as he goes head-to-head on the mic with Mark Briscoe. But that ain't gonna happen, as Lashley and Benjamin had a surprise waiting for them in their locker room. Oh, they jacked their belts, Jet Speed, holy shit. Oh my god, so they're fucking pissed. This is nuts.
No, like West Side Gun says, someone is about to die. Hey, we're gonna handle this business. You handle the Briscoe business. We'll see you in a bit.
So they can't be there with him. They got to go handle some
Well, guys,
business.
stick with us here on Dynamite, because coming up next, one-on-one, MJF and Mark Briscoe get their talkie talk.
The Hurt Syndicate attempted to track down Jet Speed in their AEW.
All right, you know what? That was an interesting segment. I'll give that a thumbs up. There was several things happened there. The Jet Speed jacked the Hurt Syndicate's title belt. MJF didn't want to face Mark Briscoe alone, yet he must. I am looking forward to that segment. Moving on with the show. All right, next up we got the MJF Mark Briscoe face-to-face segment. I am going to let this segment play out because I'm interested to see how this goes. This should be good.
These two guys are from different worlds, different parts of the Eastern Seaboard. Let's put it that way.
No question, and they are certainly both different men, the way they approach life.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But Texas, if you would please simmer down for just a second, it is time to have a talkie talk.
First of all, the phrase talkie talk's about the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. And secondly, I know much like all these people, you're a stupid, white trash, redneck hick. So allow me to speak in a way all of you can understand. Well, howdy, y'all. Shucks, Mark Briscoe, I sure as heck hope you don't mosey on down your way to All In, Texas, because if you do, I'm a dog walk you. Do you reckon you all understood that, or what? Stepping in the ring with me, that's about as ignorant as throwing rocks at a man with a machine gun. So, my friend, unfortunately for all of you, there will be no talkie talk. So, you hillbilly, how about you take a walkie walk back to your meth lab in Dumpster Fire, Delaware, so you can keep on feeding all 95 of your inbred children shoe leather and chicken feed, you pathetic poor.
All right, so MJF is making fun of his hickness. I'm not giving points for that. That's cheap insult.
Listen here, Pickle. It sounds like to me what you need is a good old country ass whooping. Believe you me, it is coming, because Saturday will be here before you know it. All In, Globe Life, Casino Gauntlet. I'm the #1 man, you the #2 man. The bell's gonna go ding, 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 and I'm gonna commence to whooping your ass, the likes of which you've never experienced before. Saturday is ass whooping day. Wednesday, damn it, is talkie talk day. Now you come out here and you try to berate me, but Max, it just did not work, because I'm proud to be a country boy. I'm proud to be a redneck. I'm proud that I've had to work hard for every dollar that I've ever put in my pocket. Now you over there with your big money suit on, your little dumbass scarf that probably costs more than my whole wardrobe. So, you're the rich guy in the ring, right? You're the rich guy. Well, Max, you see, I got riches too, man. I got my family. I got my friends. The good Lord above has blessed me beyond measure. And that's something that I just don't think you can really understand, Max, because you call yourself rich, man, but you know what you are? You're bankrupt, man. Matter of fact, the word of the day today is bankrupt, Max. Because you are morally bankrupt and you have no soul. And that being said, I see right through you, man. You're so predictable. I know what you're about to do next. What you're about to do is you're gonna talk some dumb shit about my brother, try to get me riled up. But hey, I've been preparing for it all week, so go ahead, buddy, have at it.
He sees it coming.
Hold on. I would never say anything bad about your brother. Your brother's gonna go down as one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time.
Respect.
Your brother is gonna go down, moreover and more importantly, as one of the greatest human beings who've ever stepped foot in a professional wrestling ring. There is a special place up in heaven for one Jay Briscoe. Your brother, and not because he passed away. I mean, that's obvious. No, see, I pity your brother because while he's up there in those pearly gates, he has to look down and see what you've become.
Oh my God.
And I know he must be rolling in his goddamn grave, Mark. Because he has had to watch his baby brother go from being one half of the greatest tag team of all time, Dem Boys, to being nothing more than a joke. Matter of fact, I'm no betting man, mainly because I already have more money than every single person here in this Ponunk Arena. But if I was, I'd be willing to make a bet that if by the grace of God up above, if your brother was somehow able to be here in the flesh tonight, I know exactly what he'd say to you, Mark. He'd say, chicken, it shouldn't have been me in that accident. It should have been you.
I went too far. MJF just went too far there. Yeah, that was horrible what he just said.
He's fighting him. All right, there's a melee going on in the ring.
His actions, his frustration.
Mark Briscoe's whooping his ass. Good job. That made sense. Someone's coming in. The Hurt Syndicate. All right. They're coming to help. They've taken a break from looking for jet speed to come help poor little MJF. They're surrounding Mark Briscoe, and here comes jet speed from behind. They've nailed MVP. Mark Briscoe nailed MJF, and MJF is just gonna scurry away. Interesting. All right, I'm going to skip through some of this as MJF hightails it out of there, leaving his stablemates to get destroyed by jet speed. MJF not helping for shit either. He fucking ran away. Damn. They getting fucked up by Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight. Nice. Christian's crew faces off with jet speed. and they leave the Hurt Syndicate laying. How weird. But okay, you know what? Let me go back. I gotta rewind. So let's rewind to where Mark Briscoe was talking to MJF, and MJF started to insult, not, praising his brother, but saying it should have been Mark Briscoe who died in that accident. So look, that's terrible, but shit, in terms of wrestling, that's as hardcore as it gets. It's one of the more hardcore things you could say. So cool. I'm going to give it a point for the heat. I'll give another point to Mark Briscoe for just attacking him straight out. That was the right thing to do. I'll throw a half point for the Hurt Syndicate coming in to help. And then I'll throw another point for Jet Speed coming in. So that was cool. And then I'll throw another half point for the Patriarchy coming in and picking off the bones. So some fair amount of points for this. The whole thing as a whole, I think I liked it. I'll just give the whole segment a whole point as well. Alright, so that's another thumbs up on the board. My review from the day had me liking this bit of business. But with retrospective eyes, although this may have been one of the stronger angles on the night, I almost expect more from MJF. When the insults finally started to fly, MJF took jabs at Mark Briscoe's southern drawl and made a stereotype about people from the South cooking meth. Neither landed, but okay, we were all waiting for the other shoe to drop as MJF had a wide open layup to go after Mark's late brother Jay, and he dropped the "it shouldn't have been Jay, it should have been you" on Mark Briscoe, which led to Mark attacking MJF. He did ask for it, Mark Briscoe did. He said he'd been preparing for it all week, and was the line as bad as it could have been? Okay, all things considered, I still give it a thumbs up. I have higher ratings on my review scale, but I'll leave it at that for now. Let's take a break, and we'll be back with Collision and All in Texas.
After a big win, the football team usually dumps a bucket of ice water on the coast. Now I thought, why not 7-Up? Maybe next time we'll take it out of the cans.
What do you want this year, son?
I want a bicycle.
A bicycle? A bike? Well, would you prefer something like cool borders?
I want a bicycle.
No, you want jet moto. That's what you want.
I want a bicycle.
Siphon filter? What about twisted metal? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I want a bicycle.
Look, kid, do it for Santa. Take it.
I hate mall Santas.
It's a night to give thanks. King of the Hill observes the joy of holiday travel. The Simpsons welcome Apu's octuplets.
What?
And it's a tasty feast on Futurama. Plus, an X-Files guest.
Oh, my God.
With the taste for human flesh. An all-new Fox Sunday starts at 7:30, 6:30 Central.
Both men down. Take a chance. My God!
All right, we're back. We're working our way to All in Texas, the biggest show of the year. We're at Collision, 2 nights before the big show. Mark Briscoe and MJF find themselves on a collision course as the first 2 entrants into the Casino Gauntlet match, with a guaranteed world title shot on the line. But although we are focusing on MJF's feud with Mark Briscoe today, he is involved in many other issues as well. Unsurprisingly, considering he is AEW's talisman and central figure, in addition to reinserting himself into the world title picture, entering the aforementioned Casino Gauntlet, he's also in the midst of a feud with CMLL's Místico, with whom he had a high-profile match at Grand Slam Mexico, and who is also entered into the big Casino Gauntlet match at All In. We got one last episode of Collision before we get to the big match. Alright, next up we got a match between Místico and the Beast Mortos, and Místico taps him out in the end, so he wins. I don't know where the hell this match came from. So random, but unfortunately no points for me on this match either. Indifferent. Moving on. Interesting that we get an afterbirth here with MJF. So he's been feuding with Mystico at Grand Slam Mexico. He lost the match by DQ, couldn't beat him, so he just low blowed him. So all right, let's see what MJF has to say. He's going to come on the big screen.
Hold on, Mystico. Oh, that's right. I'm you. Yeah, because all you do is clap like a seal and look like an absolute idiot, El Jabroni. And what's this? You remember this? Yeah, this is the mask of yours that I ripped clean off your stupid skull. See, I know you're all excited. You think you're going to show into All in Texas for the Casino Gauntlet match, and you're going to get in the way of me and my AEW World Championship. Well, my friend, you've got another thing coming. That's not happening. You're not going to get in because I'm going to pin Mark Briscoe within 3 seconds of the bell having run. But let's say you do manage to get in. Mystico, I'm going to keep collecting your masks until I have each and every single one of them, until you have no choice but to show the world your ugly face. And I'm going to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that my name is Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and I'm better than you. And you know it.
MJF, the number 2 in the Mitch Casino Gauntlet on Saturday afternoon.
Well, let's see what Mystico has to say.
Mystico would like to be a part of it. Let's see if his number gets called.
Well, we couldn't really hear. He was trying to say something into the camera, but Shivani was talking over it. All right, interesting development. I'll throw this 2 points today. I think it gives us a clue as to what's going to happen on this show. Mystico's going to be there on that Casino Gauntlet match, so it's going to be hard for MJF to get through this if he doesn't have help from the Hurt Syndicate, and they're busy with other shit. So I guess we'll see what happens. Moving on with the show, though. Next up, we got a Mark Briscoe video package. I'll listen to it. Let's see what he has to say.
I don't care who shows up. I'm coming to win. Been in the game for 25 years now. It's what I do. It's business. But at this point, it's become personal. MJF, you piece of shit. Hey, I knew you was going to invoke my brother's name. I called you out on it before you even did it. I was hoping that I'd be numb to it. But you know what? It's been 24 hours, and every minute that goes by, I get more and more pissed off. Knowing that my sister-in-law, my nephew, my nieces, my mom and my dad were sitting there watching the TV while you disrespected my brother and disrespected my family. So Saturday, told you what my plan is, to win. But Sunday, I got to come back home to Delaware. And whether I win or not, I want to look my family in the eyes and I'm going to say, I ain't let that shit fly. MJF, at this point, I have got to whoop your ass.
All right, all right. I'll give that 2 thumbs up just for the whole promo on its own. I already gave it a point for calling MJF a piece of shit. That was good. This was good build up to this match. It is weird, though, that it's not even a one-on-one match. They've built it up like it's a one-on-one match. They'll be in there for like the first 5 minutes of this gauntlet match together or something, but I'm sure they'll focus in on it considering how much attention they've given it. That's enough build. It's Casino Gauntlet time at All in Texas. As we await the result of the world title match between Jon Moxley and Hangman Page later in the night, MJF and Mark Briscoe kick off a gauntlet match for a guaranteed world title shot at said world champion, whoever that may be. Here's a selection of my review of that night from the Malapert Wrestling Lives Here live stream number 44. Next up, we got a Casino Gauntlet. Okay, so this is going to be a very in-depth matchup. There's a lot of people in here. So here's Mark Briscoe, MJF, the first 2 guys, storied, how their feud has been going. This has basically been billed as a feud between them two. But they're starting only at the beginning. So MVP is here. As the match starts, MJF tries to get quick pinfall. So he's trying to finish this off before more people get in there and complicate the match. But Mark Briscoe is just pissed off at him and wants to kill him. So the ref pulls him off. I don't know why. I don't know if there's no DQ. The rules weren't really clear to me. I don't know if there's DQ only for the first two guys or what the hell. I mean, it's a multi-man match. When the next guy comes in, it's a three-way. So you would think that means that there's no DQ, but I don't know. MJF showboating, killing time. Why would you do this in a match like this? Because only more and more people will come in the more you kill time. But here's some disrespect by MJF, shoving his balls in Mark Briscoe's face, laughing about it, and the clock shows up and we're ready for a new contestant. It's Ricochet. So Ricochet enters, MJF takes advantage of that, and they actually work together for a minute, and they showboat. But time for another entrant. So wasting time showboating. It's Bandito, all right, who just retained his Ring of Honor title against Takeshita. Here he is, the Ring of Honor World Champion, and MJF and Ricochet are ready for it. Funny spot here, though. MJF tries to shake Ricochet's hand and say, let's do it together, and then he gives him an eye poke and runs out of the ring. So he pokes Ricochet in the eyes like, it's all you, bro. So he just lets them fight. He tries to steal a pin here from Bandito. So he is trying to be opportunistic in this complicated match. Very interesting match. Another spot, it's Briscoe and MJF. Here's a Ricochet high spot getting flung out of the ring. And here's a blockbuster from Mark Briscoe onto MJF. MJF, he got yelled at by MVP. He's trying to motivate him. Didn't really help him. Didn't really get any help from the Hurt Syndicate either. That was an interesting thing. But they got their own issues tonight. Next up, another entrant. It's Takeshita. So we got a rematch of the night before going between Takeshita and Bandito. That was an interesting spot. Here's where MJF re-enters the match again. Oh, next up, as MJF gets in the ring to beat up on Bandito, Mystico's music hits, who MJF has had a really horrible feud with. Ripped off his mask. They had a dramatic match in Mexico where he low-blowed him to end the match, didn't care about the match. So MJF knows who it is. The music hits. And this was a funny spot, too, because as Mystico comes to the ring and Mystico's music is playing that in Mexico, everybody knew the words to. Here he's telling everyone, like, yeah, come on, sing. And they pan the camera to the audience and nobody knows the words. Even the MVP was like, man, this ain't Mexico, but I would love to know what Tony Khan's thinking here. Because this was really hilarious comedy to me. Sometimes I think Tony Khan is a really funny guy. What can I say? I'm giving 2 thumbs up for that spot because that was really silly. But okay, Mystico. MVP said that he looked drunk here because he went to the top rope and couldn't keep his balance, but he tried it again, and he does do his top rope spot. It's all right, look and dive. No points for me, though. There's Mystico and MJF in the ring. As Mystico takes MJF down for a submission, the crowd popped. Here, as Mark Briscoe joined the submission, so they're both trying to get MJF to tap out here. Mystico and Mark Briscoe are, but Takeshita breaks up the pinfall there. Next up, we got Josh Alexander coming in. MJF is beat. This is a tough match. Next up, Anthony Bowens, 5'2" player, I guess he is. Next up, we got Roderick Strong, Brody King, okay, and Juice Robinson. Juice Robinson returns without a beard. So, I don't know. We'll see if he still has that same charisma without the beard. There's a closer look at him. Got an interference spot. Okay, someone who's not actually involved in this match. It's the Gates of Agony. So here come the Gates of Agony to try to help Ricochet. So there's no DQ, it seems. The ref can't do anything about it. There's a moonsault from Ricochet off the top rope, but Juice Robinson kicks out. He looks so different. Not only did he shave his beard, he shaved it completely off. Ricochet's directing traffic with the Gates of Agony. When someone's music hits, it's the Guns. They come in to help their Bang Bang Gang stablemate, Juice Robinson. Gates of Agony go up the ramp to fight with the Guns, who actually make a cool appearance as Austin Gunn flies up the ramp. Steel chair shot from Colton Gunn. I like a good steel chair shot. The Guns are willing Juice Robinson to get up and put the pinfall on Ricochet, but MJF breaks up the pin. Good spot here for Juice. Looked like he could pick up the win. MJF, it's his match to win. Everyone knows this. And then the Gates of Agony fight off with the Guns. So I'm not even sure if the Guns were really even in that match. I'm not sure. But more contestants. Here comes Ibushi. Here comes the Beast Mortos. Next up is Max Caster, the best wrestler alive, as Anthony Bowens is laying on the floor, his former partner, on the entrance ramp. So he walks over him, and this is the start of the finish. So Max Caster's entrance is the start of the finish, as Anthony Bowens grabs Max Caster's leg. Roderick Strong knocks Caster off the top rope. So after an exchange between Strong and Briscoe, which was pretty epic, it was a good wrestling exhibition, MJF runs in, throws Briscoe out of the ring, and steals the pin and gets the win. So after all that, MJF wins the match. MVP does a little dance. He's happy for his stable. They got a world title match contract at any time he wants. So there you go. That's like a Money in the Bank, basically. MJF has got what he came for. And that match, you know what? I'm going to give it 2 thumbs up. I think for a gauntlet match, a casino gauntlet match, I think it was one of the better ones I've seen. It was very structured. MJF was a big part of it. There was a good feud leading up to it, so I must say I like that. Okay, so we have a winner. MJF overcomes all this chaos to pick up a pinfall here. Mark Briscoe does not get any measure of revenge on this night, and MJF now has a contract to face the world champion whenever he wants. I think MJF should be in the world title picture. I was pleased with the result on this night, but as we'll see, this thing with MJF and Mark Briscoe is far from over. Moving on to Dynamite, this kicks off the road to Forbidden Door, and over in another universe of AEW, while we're over here consuming ourselves with the boiling feud between MJF and Mark Briscoe, Hangman Page went through a long journey himself to overcome the Death Riders and regain the world title, ousting longtime champion Jon Moxley in the main event of All In Texas. So if MJF is going to look to cash in that world title shot and regain the title he once held, this would be the guy he has to beat. As we see Hangman Page come out to open this show with a celebratory promo, his business with the Death Riders isn't over, as he'll have to give Moxley his rematch. But as for MJF, although our main focus tonight is the feud with Mark Briscoe, we will have to discuss all the other issues he's involved with to give you the whole picture, including his pursuit of the world title and feud with Hangman Page, his impending estrangement from the Hurt Syndicate, a surprise CMLL title reign, and of course, overarching lingering beefs with Mystico and of course Mark Briscoe, which we will see over the course of the next 6 weeks. On this night, we didn't get a live MJF appearance, but we are privy to his intentions to begin his pursuit of the world title. We also learned that Mark Briscoe won't let this thing with MJF go just yet. Here is a video recorded after All In the previous Saturday. It's a very successful day for the Hurt Syndicate as Benjamin and Lashley defended the tag titles. MJF won a contract to get a title shot whenever he wants it. So that's like a big thing. That's like the Money in the Bank briefcase. It's just on a clipboard though. They should put it on a briefcase or something nicer. Regardless, they're here cutting promos. MVP talks first. He's begging for competition. He said he's heard so much about this famous tag team division. He's begging for someone to step up. And MJF, he addresses Hangman Page.
Hangman, I am so happy that you won tonight. I mean, honestly, because if Dictator John had won, it would have been easy, man. I got nothing to prove there. I would have executed this contract, and I would have pinned him in a weakened state. But you winning, no, see, I got everything to prove there. To you, to your hypocritical fans that think you're a good guy, that think you're the best. Well, newsflash, Hangman, you're not the best. I'm the best! I'm the best in the world!
And I do not need this to beat you. I am going to beat you clean in the middle of my ring for my world championship. This right here, this is break glass in case of emergency. I know right now you're on Clyde and you are happy. For the first time in your life, you are at peace. Well, my friend, I am the physical embodiment of your depression. No matter how much you want to run, boy, I am right behind you, and I cannot wait to push you back over the edge into a pit of your own despair. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000,000 times. You could be the main character all you want. I got no problem being the bad guy, because last time I checked, boys, nice guys, they finished last.
And we are not nice at all.
He did mention that he's still going to try to get that title off of Page just regularly, and to keep this contract as a thing in his back pocket that he could pull out at any moment. So that's interesting. He doesn't want to use that yet. He wants to sit on it and save it and keep it as a power play move. But all right, for this segment, I'm going to give this 2 thumbs up. Excellent, excellent. Really liked it. Not very consequential, just a little promo recorded after their success at All In. They were not even here today on this show. You know, I might play a Mark Briscoe promo today. Why not? I haven't played much of anything from this show. I think this was a bit of a highlight.
So it goes like this. It look like a duck, waddle like a duck, quack like a duck. It's a duck. Well, if it walk like a bitch, talk like a bitch, and act like a bitch, it's a bitch. And MJF, like a bitch, he ducked and dodged and avoided me that whole casino gauntlet match at All In. There was only 2 things that I needed to do that night. 1 was to whoop your ass. And 2 was to get that victory and earn that title shot. But Max, thanks to what you pulled off, I accomplished neither one. I thought I'd be done with you by now, man. But it's just getting started. So you see, back in January 2023, I made my AEW debut under unfortunate and unusual circumstances. The fortunate thing about it was now the world got to experience the Briscoe brothers, them boys on a bigger stage than ever before. But y'all have only experienced a portion of them boys. Max, a couple weeks back, you invoked my brother's name. And at All In, when you pulled what you did, man, you invoked my brother's spirit. That's the other side. The chaos, the violence, and the destruction. So some people call it karma. Some people say you reap what you sow. What goes around comes around. Say it however you want to. MJF, I will make you pay for your sins.
All right. Nice promo. I'm going to give that 2 thumbs up. Excellent stuff. One of the better things that I liked on this show. That was excellent. So, yes, we're not done with Mark Briscoe and MJF. Mark Briscoe's got to take care of that. He's disrespected his family too much to just let that go. So I like that a lot. I'm looking forward to that. I think there should be a singles match at some point between Mark Briscoe and MJF. All right, I'll just quickly mention the rest of Mark Briscoe's night rekindled his feud with Jon Moxley and the Death Riders as he joined Hangman Page and the Ops in 6-man tag action to face the dreaded heel stable. And on this night, Mark Briscoe was successful in helping the babyfaces pick up a Dynamite main event victory. So, back to our main focus here today, Mark Briscoe feuding with MJF. Although Mark Briscoe isn't the only focus of MJF's story arc, I must say that I think I rather liked how they went about managing MJF's summer here. Over the next 6 weeks, we'll see MJF in many different angles, and it will all lead back to the unfinished business that MJF seemingly would love to dismiss. But he invoked the name of Jay Briscoe, and Mark will not be done with this until MJF pays for it. We'll be right back.
I'm loving, baby, please don't play.
Don't you know, baby, I get used to this. I can get used to this. New from Polaroid.
I know you've all heard the testimonials and you're saying, yes, Gene, by unleashing the power of visualization, I can change my life. But what, Gene? What can I visualize to become a leader, a giant among my peers, while achieving a sense of inner calm? Close your eyes and picture yourself as this.
The Accord from Honda. It's one powerful car.
The word has come down from above. Dogma is out of this world.
No way!
The New York Times says it's wildly irreverent, boldly funny. This is one of the best films of the year.
Outstanding work!
Dogma, rated R. Starts Friday in theaters everywhere.
You with the long face!
I'm the 1-800-COLLECT advice guy. I borrowed my dad's car and it got towed. Give him a call. Use 1-800-COLLECT and save him $1 or $2. That way they'll forget about all the dumb stuff you've done. Use 1-800-COLLECT. Save $1 or $2.
Jericho here. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh! Nowhere to go. He's going to go coffin drop.
Sammy's going to have to. Sammy!
Alright, we're back. In case you're just joining us, we're doing the whole feud between Mark Briscoe and MJF from the summer of 25. I'm in the midst of going over all of my old reviews up until Forbidden Door, and from there, the Malaperts Wrestling Lives Here YouTube channel will embark on covering the rest of this feud through All Out. We started all the way back here on Dynamite. We've gone through some significant events, including the first promo battle where MJF invoked the name of Mark's late brother Jay and made this personal, as well as MJF winning the Casino Gauntlet at All In to earn a world title shot. All the while, Mark Briscoe is lingering over MJF like a ghost, haunting him. We're here at Collision, where we won't get an appearance from MJF, but Mark Briscoe is there with his conglomeration stablemates to remind us his objective.
You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Because here we are, conglomerating hard like always. But the main man, Big Tom here, is beloved. Ain't nothing the man can't do.
It seems like the friendship between Will and Nightingale and Chris Statlander well beyond repair.
I know we have all these unfinished problems floating around. Dangerous Fade Bob, 1, 2, 3, middle of the ring. Can you call the ref?
She don't want none of it. Because you're the baddest woman in the company, the baddest woman in the world.
Main event time on Dynamite.
We picked up the win. But all that being said, MJF, next time I see you, I'ma hurt you, son.
We got a backstage segment. It's the conglomeration. We see Mark Briscoe and Willow, and Ishii is with them. He's just standing there. But he doesn't really talk. But this has to do with two storylines. So first of all, Willow cuts a promo on Statlander, and also Mark Briscoe, he cut a promo on MJF. So MJF, that's not over. He was talking up Willow while she was talking too. So they really acted like a staple here for once. But for this, I'll give it a half a point. I think I liked how they did this little segment. I'll give it some points today. Let's move along. Alright, well, as far as this feud goes, not very much on this night. I'll give it a half thumbs up for at least trying to raise the anticipation level on this thing. But let's move on for now. We're at July 23rd. We really have no clear picture yet of the situation for the world title as it pertains to the upcoming Forbidden Door pay-per-view 5 weeks out, as Hangman Page is still dealing with residual issues with the Death Riders. But as MJF tries to interject himself into that picture, Casino Gauntlet contract in hand, major problems arise amongst his stable, the Hurt Syndicate. You can't really say all this came out of nowhere, as there have been problems in their short time together, but things blew up really bad here on this night, and what may have seemed like a power stable for years to come takes a sudden turn. We'll start backstage as world champion Hangman Page is confronted by MJF.
It's been just under 2 weeks since you survived a Texas death match at All In to become the new AEW World Champion. But my question is, why take this match tonight against Wheeler Yuta when you are fully aware of the damage that the Death Riders are capable of?
On Saturday, the Death Riders bloodied and hanged Colt Cabana. So tonight, I will punish Wheeler Yuta for it, and I will not regret a single thing that I do to him.
Hey, Seabiscuit. Long time no see, you know. I was really hoping to tell you this last week, but I'm glad we're face to face now. See, I'm going to beat you for my world championship, and I'm not going to do it with this. No, see, I'm going to prove a point. I'm going to beat you inside that squared circle.
Look, you are not going to goad me into giving you a championship match. If you want a match for this championship, you are going to use that contract, or you are going to earn it. And I know you have the guts to do neither, because you are a child, a facade, and a gutless coward.
All right, first segment of the day. I'm going to give it a thumbs up. I like that. It brought up what happened on Collision between the Death Riders and Hangman Page's friend Colt Cabana, where they viciously beat him down. That was a excellent segment, I thought. I liked it. So at least they're following up on that. And then the MJF Hangman Page storyline, that he has that contract, but yet he wants to keep it on reserve and still face him one-on-one. That was a nice little face-to-face. So yeah, overall, I'll give that segment a thumbs up. Good start to the show. All right, now, as it pertains to MJF's status in the Hurt Syndicate, which hasn't always been smooth sailing, no obvious signs of imminent dissolution or anything like that, but I have to mention a side story here that Hurt Syndicate get involved in for one night only, really, as Edge is feuding with Stokely Hathaway and FTR, where Edge, who's been banned from getting physical with FTR, enlisted the Hurt Syndicate's service of hurting people. This brings about a rift amongst the Hurt Syndicate, where MJF is wondering why his boys are off on side projects instead of providing backup when he's confronting the world champion backstage. The following events reshaped the rest of wrestling history. The Hurt Syndicate are backstage. All right, so they're going to get interviewed by Renee. They just helped out Edge. I suppose there'll be some questioning about this. Let's see what they got.
Could you please help to explain this relationship with Cope?
Actually, Renee, that's a great question. I have the same one, in fact. We're just boys with Cope now? It took me months to get into this crew. And also, where the hell were you guys when I was nose to nose with Hangman? I sure could have used you then. Does this mean anything to you?
Max! We are in the business of hurting people. We made a business arrangement with Cope.
Well, that's cute, Montel, but how about we get in the business of helping me get my damn world title around my waist?
Shut up. Renee, can we have the room, please?
Thank you. See, this should be between all of us. It's that simple. Let's talk, game plan straight.
We don't need to help you with shit. We are not your lackeys. Every week is I. And as far as I'm concerned, I want you out of the Hurt Syndicate.
Thumbs down from Lashley.
Show.
Oh my god. They all give him a sad look, and MJF is left pissed off by himself. Man, what an intense scene. Man, I'll give that one 2 thumbs up. I really like that. That moved the story along. I think MJF has been kind of consumed with himself and just kind of assuming that since he's in the Hurt Syndicate, they're supposed to help him. But, okay, I'll give that one a thumbs up just for Lashley there. The Lashley part where he pinned him up against the wall and told him, hey, we are not your lackeys. That was very good storytelling. I like that a lot. So that was it for Lashley. He's too old for this bullshit. When he's not into something, he's just not into it. Surprising, though, as far as the storyline goes, for all the time it took to finally get Lashley to accept MJF into the Hurt Syndicate and all the drama there, it just seemed like an unceremonious end to the MJF Hurt Syndicate saga. Although not officially over yet, if Bobby Lashley doesn't want you around, it's probably not going to work out. Regardless, MJF heads out to the ring to cut a promo on his world title pursuit and Hangman Page, where he is interrupted by unfinished business. We got MJF coming to the ring, and he's going to cut a promo, it looks like.
I don't need Bobby Lashley to get back my
my world championship. Do you understand? I don't need Bob. And as far as Cowboy goes, you want to call me a coward? Listen to me. You're the coward, you hypocrite. You won't wrestle me unless I execute my contract, huh? Well, buddy, I'm not going to execute this contract. I'm going to beat you inside that ring fair and square, and my belt is going to be around my waist.
Reach for the sky, boy.
All right, enter Mark Briscoe. So Mark Briscoe is here to talk to MJF, who is frustrated. It looks like he's had issues with the Hurt Syndicate. I'm not even sure if he's in it anymore. It looks like he got voted out by Lashley. But here he is saying he doesn't need the Hurt Syndicate. And as he's babbling away, Mark Briscoe is going to come out and talk to him.
Now, much like that kosher pickle you got there, Max, I'm going to keep this short. Matter of fact, you know, I'm doing all I can do right now, trying to exercise this self-control, man, because all I really want to do is come down there, take that microphone, and shove it so far up your ass. But, man, I got all these kids, and I know they will dock my paycheck because they will never get that thing back, man. But, Max, bottom line, all in, Casino Gauntlet. You stole that win from me, all right? You stole that win from me, you little opportunistic bastard. Bottom line, I want you in the ring, Mark Briscoe, MJF. What do you say we do it right here in Chicago next week?
Well, I knew that was coming.
I had the match win. I was going to get the winning win and the pin and you cost me. Wrong. Mark, if you were supposed to win this right here, you would have. But you didn't, because when the pressure's on, Mark, you know what you do? You lose. When the pressure's on, you know what I do? Unlike all these schmucks, I win. I'm a generational talent, baby. I am the most complete professional wrestler in the world today.
Well, he's not lying.
Now, I'm going to open up to you here, Mark, and I'm going to be honest. And I hope you can take this on the chin. With all due respect, from the bottom of my heart, I think you suck. I think you are white trash, just like everybody here from the Midwest. But I'm not an idiot, Mark. I'm not stupid. I know I'm in the minority there. I know everybody loves Mark Briscoe. The world loves Mark Briscoe. These people can't get enough of Mark Briscoe. And I know why, dude. I get it. Look at you. You got a wonky eye, you're missing teeth, you got a silly southern accent. You're funny, man. You're entertaining. You make these people feel all warm and fuzzy inside. But let's be honest, not even your biggest fans actually think you're a top guy. Not even your biggest fans fans actually think you're anywhere near my level, okay? You know what you are, Mark? You're a joke, bud. You're the circus clown we parade around for cheap laughs and cheap pops. These people deep down, they don't actually respect you. But I'll tell you what, I knew another guy from Delaware that people did respect, that people did fear, that people did look up to. I think you know who I'm talking about. See, that guy would have been worth my time. I can't imagine how depressing it is to be you, Mark. Waking up every day, having to look the fans in the eyes, having to look your family in the eyes, knowing deep down no one will ever respect you as much as they did your brother Jay.
Oh boy. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to stop it right there. I gave MJF a point for going low. Yes, of course, that's always good, but I'm stopping it right there. That's when the spoken word aspect of this segment ends and Mark Briscoe storms the ring. Here he is storming the ring. He just said, fuck this guy. MJF runs out the other side, so he don't want no part of this, and he just holds up his contract, and that's the end of the segment. So, all right. I gave a point to MJF on his promo. He went low pretty well overall, the segment, though. I think I'll only give it a thumbs up as well, just for the overall segment. This had potential for more. It ran a little long, which is okay, because it's good that MJF be on the show as much as possible. I am happy about this feud continuing, though. They should have a match. They will have a very good match. Some of the points he was making. Unfortunately, he's right. Mark Briscoe is probably not going to be a top guy anywhere. I don't know. I guess I could see him getting a little tiny run with the AEW title someday. But that's why everything he was saying about his brother was true. It's all very sad. No shit, it's depressing to be Mark Briscoe. I don't know how he does it. I commend him. I look up to him for being able to deal with such a tragedy and carrying on with his life and still going to work. It's amazing. It's incredible. As a person, I would give Mark Briscoe a lot of points. I'll give Mark Briscoe a plus 10 on my rating system just as a human being. All right, we'll cut that off right there. That ends Mark Briscoe's involvement, as he adds another little chapter to his running feud with the Death Riders, as he has been on the side of the babyfaces opposing the Outlaw Crew, standing for AEW. But I'll just tell you all real quick that this was the night Hangman Page and Jon Moxley set up their world title rematch. And although MJF does have the ability to cash in his title shot at any moment, making him involved in this to some degree, the reality is that he's going to have to wait for these two to settle their shit first, giving him time to settle unfinished business with one Mark Briscoe, which he obviously wants no part of. As far as a review of this week's events involving Mark Briscoe and MJF to add to our scoreboard today, although MJF is involved in several situations across the board, if I were to focus only on the Mark Briscoe aspect, we got an impromptu promo battle, and MJF, this time on the fly, again invokes the name of Mark's late brother Jay. In that strange way, though, where he doesn't really diss Jay, but instead uses his name to make Mark feel like the lesser brother. Regardless, however it was used, he still invoked the name of the dead, and in wrestling, that's going to have consequences. He gets rushed by Mark Briscoe, and again, hightails it out of there. MJF does. I like how Mark Briscoe is lingering over MJF like this, and MJF pretty much gaslighting himself into believing he can move on to the world title picture without finishing this deal with Mark Briscoe is pretty goddamn funny to me. So I'll throw a thumbs up on the board here, and we're gonna move on. Nothing this week on Collision concerning either MJF or Briscoe, so let's move on to Dynamite, July 30th, where Mark Briscoe is booked to face Ricochet, with whom he's had history with, and meanwhile, MJF is going to learn that what he thought was a minor bump in the road as far as his relationship with the Hurt Syndicate goes is actually pretty much the end of the road there. And although MJF is eyeing the world title, someone else is eyeing him. Let's see what went down. I got a backstage interview with Mark Briscoe, so let's listen in.
Mark Briscoe, you are in action tonight taking on one of the most insanely gifted athletes that we have here at AEW in Ricochet. But on a personal level, let's talk about what's been going on. I mean, MJF has clearly gotten under...
Renee, you seen MJF tonight? You know where he's at? Mark, please, shut up. Shut up. Because you don't need to worry about MJF tonight. Who you need to worry about is me, because if your ass ain't careful, GOA and myself are going to send you packing out of Chicago in a coat of your own blood. Ass. It's just a fraction of what I got for you, MJF. Because MJF, you don't cross the line. Hey. Show Ricochet respect. None of that matters. I'll see you later tonight. Loser.
There you go. And then Mark Briscoe stares down Ricochet as Ricochet leaves the scene of the crime. All right, so it was a backstage interview. Ricochet interrupted it, and they're going to have a match tonight. So it's a rematch of a feud they've already had. They had a stretcher match at a pay-per-view. But tonight, Mark Briscoe promises to whoop his ass because he's on a different level. He's on a different warpath. All right, I'll give this promo a half a point. I'm not so excited to see Ricochet versus Mark Briscoe again. About Ricochet and the Gates of Agony, I guess they look good. They look like a stable, like they would be together. They fit together. That's about it, though. Kind of sad for Gates of Agony that that's all that ended up of their Ring of Honor dominant run of beating up jobbers for many months, that they become a flunky for Ricochet. Although they've had some wins themselves. They're still in that tag title tournament, as we'll see later on. But I'm moving on to the next segment. Next, I got a MJF promo backstage. So he's talking about the problems that the Hurt Syndicate seem to be having. They're not happy with him and how he just wants them to help him. Last week, Lashley told him, "I'm not your flunky," as he slammed MJF into a locker. So it looked bad last week. So MJF is here to say, no, everything's cool, and he's going to knock on the Hurt Syndicate door and air it out. So I'll just play it from here. But I'll spoil it for you. The only guy there today is Shelton Benjamin. So MVP and Lashley are not here tonight.
Hey, it's me, MJF, from literally the biggest movie on planet Earth, Happy Gilmore 2, and also your future two-time AEW World Champion. But you already knew that. See, the reason I got the cameraman over here is because there's some scuttlebutt online that the Hurt Syndicate's in trouble, and I'm here to quell that. Hey, Shelton, my main man! Listen, I want to talk to you about last week from the bottom of my heart. I am so sorry about Bob's actions. I mean, that just made it so uncomfortable and awkward for us. But now that Bob's out of the equation, now me, you, and Montel, we can focus and strategize on
Before you get to that, MVP's not here.
Why?
Well, he's not here because, quite frankly, he's pretty disgusted with you. As far as Bobby goes, well, actually, do you have the time?
No, Shelton gave me my watch.
You gave me your watch. You mean this watch?
Yes.
This is your watch. That's a nice watch, Max. It might be the nicest watch I've ever seen come from Timu. You really think that I'm so stupid I don't know the difference between some cheap knockoff and a real Rolex? But thanks to your show of generosity, we've been on you the whole time. And the only reason you didn't get laid out months ago is because MVP stuck his neck out for you. So with that in mind, I think that you and your cheap-ass watch need to get the hell out of here before you end up in a pool of your own piss. Wait, one more thing. As far as the Hurt Syndicate, you are out.
Shelton, let's just talk this over a little bit.
Get that camera out of my face!
All right. Very interesting segment. A lot to unpack there. MJF is pissed off, wants the cameraman out of his face. That segment didn't go as he planned. All right, so I'm disappointed, first of all, I will say, before I give a review of the segment, of how quickly they're ending this deal with MJF and Hurt Syndicate. I always figured that they would break up and this would end up in a match between Lashley and MJF, which would be a good program. That would actually be an excellent matchup. But they didn't have to get there so fast, in my opinion. So it kind of kills off what happened the whole few weeks where MJF was trying to get into the Hurt Syndicate. They kind of knew who he was and they still accepted him in. To me, this is all looking bad for the Hurt Syndicate, because they let him in, what? Because he gave him a Rolex? Like, are they that vain? They have money. They have, like, been big-time wrestlers. So they're swayed by Rolexes and cars, I guess. I don't know. It makes them seem very vain for materialistic objects. And what are they, like women? Are they gold diggers or something? I don't know, man. I am not digging this for the Hurt Syndicate. Also, why is MJF like lusting over Shelton Benjamin? Maybe Lashley I get. If you have Lashley and MVP, the smarts, okay. But today it's just Shelton Benjamin. Shelton Benjamin is nothing without Lashley and MVP. What has Shelton Benjamin been in his career? An Intercontinental Champion? I guess. I don't know. I think he gets a little tiny bit too much respect in AEW only because he's part of the Hurt Syndicate. He looks more menacing because he's part of that stable. But alright, what can I give this segment? I want to give it a thumbs down, but I think I'm just going to land on not giving it any points at all. And I'll wait and see if anything interesting will come of this. I think there'll be some interesting stuff, but I am disappointed already in how this has panned out so far. My ultimate hope in the beginning was that MJF would win the world title and the Hurt Syndicate would help him, and eventually that could lead to a feud between Lashley and MJF for the world title. Because if I was booking this show and I was trying to book my main event for the biggest show of the year, I think that's basically the best I could come up with. Former WWE champion Lashley, freaking menacing looking guy, and MJF, the consensus best wrestler in the world, pretty much. That's what I would book. But alright, we'll see what they come up with. I'll just mention that the big rematch between Hangman Page and Jon Moxley was won by Hangman Page, who retained the world title, thanks in part to Darby Allin, who's going to go off into a feud with Jon Moxley and the Death Riders there. Good for them. But the door is now open for MJF to go after Hangman Page. Literally no rest for the weary here, as the sweat hasn't even dried off Hangman Page after his match, and MJF is there to greet him. I think we got Hangman Page backstage, and Renee is ready to interview him. So let's see what happens with this. He has just retained the world title, defeating Jon Moxley again.
And congratulations on your first successful title defense. This match against Jon Moxley, insane. How are you feeling after this match?
My God, what a wonderful performance and a great job retaining your championship. Another one for the history books, for the folk hero, the main character. Although, last time I checked, heroes don't stab people in the face with forks, but hey, Hangman did nothing wrong, right? Although last week you did do something wrong, Hanger. So you decided to call me a coward, which I do find quite odd because I think you're the coward in this scenario. Oh yeah, because you refuse to face me for my AEW World Championship unless I do it on your terms. You won't face me unless I execute this contract. Well, guess what? I remember the days of us having a real fighting champion, a real man named Swerve Strickland.
You think you're going to goad me into giving you a championship shot with that? You think that's it? You think that's going to do it? You are going to have to earn it or use this contract. There are a line of men in front of you for a shot at this world championship. One of them is someone that I've known for more than a decade, someone that I look up to and respect, someone named Mark Briscoe. So if you want a shot at this world championship, you got to jump in front of Mark Briscoe. You got to fight Mark Briscoe.
Typical man. Just a bunch of hicks from the sticks sticking together.
You know what? I don't see the Hurt Syndicate here. So I don't know what's stopping me from beating your ass right now.
And MJF exits the scene. Alright, Hangman Page is there. This was actually pretty good. I'll give this a thumbs up. I like this stuff between Hangman and MJF. MJF still trying to goad Hangman into giving him a world title shot without him actually cashing in his title shot contract, so he could have that as a spare backup in case he fails, I guess. Interesting plan from MJF. MJF is all over this show. I think that's a good thing. Obviously, it's keeping me slightly interested. Other than that, he said you got to beat Mark Briscoe to even have a chance at getting this title shot, which is true. Hangman's being smart here. He shouldn't give MJF a title shot. MJF couldn't even beat Mystico. So he's not really up there in terms of the rankings at the moment, other than that contract he has. We're on to the main event. There is plenty of time left in this show, like 25 minutes. So I was kind of skeptical that this would be the last thing on the show. But yeah, it did end up being the last thing on the show. It's Ricochet versus Mark Briscoe. They replay a bit of that stretcher match they had, that pay-per-view match they had. Here comes Mark Briscoe, and I'm going to skip ahead to when Gates of Agony enter. So Gates of Agony are here to help Ricochet, and Ricochet is going to try to use a steel chair. The ref, for once in AEW, has some cojones and takes the chair away. And I got to play the audio of the slap to the head that Mark Briscoe gives Ricochet right here.
Lift him over, and now he kicked him.
That's so messed up. So messed up. Licked his hand before he did it too. All right, I got to give a point. Here's a low bridge, they call it, the commentators do, when the Gates of Agony pull down the ring ropes, as you see on the left over here, and Mark Briscoe has to fall through. So I'm not really liking this spot. I'm seeing this a lot in wrestling these days, where when they pull the ring ropes down, it means like, okay, they're going to like fly through it, but okay. Here, Mark Briscoe takes out Bishop Khan on the outside because these guys are interfering too much. Here's another spot for Mark Briscoe flying over the top rope. That's a nice one. I'll give that a point, actually, because he did go all the way over the top rope. Nice looking flip, got Ricochet, and then here comes Brodito. So Brodito, who are facing off against the Gates of Agony. This is a good chance for them to come in and thwart them. Mark Briscoe's a good guy, and he could use some help. Anyways, that leaves Mark Briscoe in the ring alone with Ricochet to hit him with the J Driller and get the victory. So nice match. I don't know. I wasn't really into the match too much. I'll give it a half a point. I've already seen this match. We've seen them have a stretcher match. Mark Briscoe's trying to get a world title shot, I guess. I mean, he's not really trying to, but in his quest to face MJF, he's picking up some wins and looking impressive. So maybe he is on that path, and Hangman Page even said, I would like to give him a shot before he gives one to MJF. But okay, here's the post-match. There's an afterbirth. Mark Briscoe is going to try to cut a promo. So here he is, grabbing the mic after his win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just getting started tonight. MJF! You brought my brother's name forth one time. Shame on you. But you brought it forth again. Shame on me if I don't obliterate your ass. Man, I tell you, man, I never felt like this. I never felt like this before, man. I need help, man. I need help, man. I never felt like this for the first time. I really feel like I may never see my brother again, because I know he's up there in heaven, chilling in that mansion. But MJF, if I kill your ass in cold blood, and I don't repent, because I can't repent, because not a single cell in my body feels even the slightest bit of remorse. I'm worried, man. I'm worried. So MJF, do me a favor, man. Make my day, damn it. Right here, right now, get your ass out here, and let's do this, me and you.
All right, I gotta rate that promo by itself. I gotta give that promo some love, man. That's 5 points for my AEW Dynamite review. That was a fucking awesome promo. All right, let's see how this segment ends. MJF shows up on the big screen. Here he is talking to Mark Briscoe through...
Infuriate that man.
Up here. Oh, you thought I was going to come out there to face you head on, eye to eye? Yeah. No, you thought wrong. See, unlike you, I'm not a bumpkin. I'm not an idiot. Okay? Now listen, Mascot Mark, did I sense you drop the comedy routine? Because for a second there, you sounded pretty serious. But just because you sound serious doesn't mean I have to take you seriously. Now, you've been calling me out week in and week out for a match, and frankly, I've had zero interest because I think you're a waste of my time. But see, now I have to prove a point because Seabiscuit said I'm a coward. He said I am too cowardly to wrestle you inside of my ring. Well, guess what, Mascot Mark? I spoke to that Mark, Tony Khan, and we had a discussion next week in the main event. It will be the Toothless Wonder, Mark Briscoe, versus the generational talent, MJF. That is, of course, if you make it.
Make it? What does he mean by make it?
All right, I gotta press pause there on the video. The audio part is over. No more talking, but that was a ruse. So MJF, who appeared on the big screen, was actually behind Mark Briscoe. So that was pre-recorded. Mark Briscoe turns around and he gets kicked in the balls by MJF. MJF, who has a shirt on and says MJF did nothing wrong. And he's getting ready to nail Mark Briscoe with the Dynamite Diamond Ring when Hangman Page comes out. So MJF almost gets Jay Drillered here, but he wiggles out and runs away like a coward. So that's the end of the show. Mark Briscoe and Hangman Page stand tall in the middle of the ring. All right, so for the MJF promo, I think I'll give that a thumbs up too. I'll throw that a point. I'm happy they made that match. I like the idea that he's trying to prove to Hangman Page. He's like, hey, this guy's calling me out, says I can't beat you, so I'm going to do it next week. Big match. That's nice. That's nice. Overall, though, as a segment, I guess what happened was MJF kind of recorded a message and had it ready to play. The logic of it, I have to break down the logic of it. So he had a message that he played on the big screen, and he knew he would try to trick Mark Briscoe like this. So that seemed a little unrealistic to me, that he would have known that Mark Briscoe called his ass out. So for the logic whole, man, I want to give it a thumbs down. But there was a lot of good things about it too, like the fire-ass promo from Mark Briscoe. But overall, I think I'll give the closing segment here, the post-match of this and the show closing, a half a point. Well, a lot happened on this night. Mark Briscoe also pulled a rare fire rating from me for his post-match promo. MJF pulled a little swerve on Mark Briscoe, and he is in full swing with his feud with Hangman Page as well. I'll say this might be the peak of this feud for me, right here. I love this. Let's move on, though. But before we do, I feel like I gotta give you all a break. You can't just not blink and keep viewing content the entire day nonstop. You have to take a break. I'm going to play some commercials so y'all can go to the bathroom. We'll be right back.
Seems no matter where you go, people are hearing about Clairol's Herbal Essences shampoo.
Oh, it feels so good. Yes.
Herbal Essences, a totally organic experience.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at this.
A hot spot.
Yeah.
What could make that much heat?
I don't know. I mean, everything around it's ice cold.
Go to the satellite. Zoom in. Closer. Closer. Closer.
Are you guys hungry?
Looking for something really hot? Wendy's Spicy Chicken Sandwich is a whole breast filet seasoned with Dave's own blend of pepper and spices.
Hi.
I never realized Dave was such a handsome man.
Wendy's Spicy Chicken. When you're hot, you're hot.
When he's calling out to his wife over the loudspeaker in the camp, Buongiorno Princess, that took me out.
With the hottest new releases guaranteed to be there, you might find a new favorite moment this week at Blockbuster, like this one. Rent Life is Beautiful this week at Blockbuster and go home happy. From acclaimed filmmaker Roberto Benigni, a fable about the power of imagination set against the stark reality of World War II Europe. Life is Beautiful, rated PG-13, parents strongly cautioned. Guaranteed to be there this week at Blockbuster.
Sure, other places sell movies, books, music, and computer stuff, but here's why our customers think Media Play is best.
Media Play has won my business over.
And that's because?
That's because of selection, price, and service.
Okay, let's say we're over at one of those other places.
They're more expensive.
They don't have
as big a selection.
There's never anybody around.
Prices for the CDs are much better here at Media Play. You got what I want here. I'm coming here from now on.
Media Play is fun.
Glass coffee table.
Fighting out of it, desperation. Oh, good God! As Mark Briscoe at that.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Somebody needs to stop this.
All right, we're back. If you're just joining us, we're doing all of Mark Briscoe and MJF from the summer of 25. Classic feud here. We're going over all our old reviews heading into Forbidden Door. We've gone over the early part of the feud, promo battles, MJF winning the Casino Gauntlet at All In, and now we've got 3 more weeks of Dynamite left before we get to Forbidden Door. MJF has stated his intention of winning the world title from Hangman Page without cashing in his guaranteed title shot contract. All the while, Mark Briscoe won't let go of his beef with MJF, and he's finally got his match. This is the big day where MJF and Mark Briscoe finally square off, one-on-one. I do have to mention that between these 2 episodes of Dynamite, MJF went to Mexico and won the CMLL World Light Heavyweight title from Averno on their Super Viernes weekly show. So in case you're wondering why he's got a new belt, which he's rebranded the CMLL World title, that's why. Now, without further ado, let's check out what happened on Wednesday, August 6th. All right. We're back with another live stream. If you're listening to this show, you're doing the right thing, for sure. Definitely better thing to do to be watching wrestling talk than to be listening to all these other crazy news channels on YouTube that are just giving bad news about the world. Forget all that. Let's just hang out and talk about AEW. This is the audience. We're in Cleveland, Ohio, all right? And we got MJF to start the show. He's going to cut a promo. He's backstage.
See, Briscoe? Because of your cowardice, you refuse to give me a world title shot here in AEW unless I execute my contract. One of you schmucks take this. And because of that fact, one of your close friends is going to pay. Mascot Mark Briscoe. I heard you last week. You're worried you're never going to see your brother up again in heaven because of all the sins you want to commit on me and your refusal to repent. Well, I don't know if you heard, Marky, but you are looking in the eyes of the devil. And I got no problem sending you straight to hell. Hell, I'll send you straight back to hell, a.k.a. Dumpster Fire, Delaware, so you can go back to doing what God put you on this earth to do. And that is to be nothing more than a loser, a chicken farmer, a blue-collar bitch. You are not a professional wrestler. You are not a real athlete. You are not a real man. You know what you are? You're not championship material. You, my friend, are white trash that got lucky. That's why these people cheer for you, Mark. They pity you. They feel bad for you. And tonight, Mark Briscoe, I'm afraid your luck's gonna run out. See you in the main event.
All right, pretty solid promo from MJF. If you're new to our show, I give out a rating based on my review system for every segment. And I'm trying to also give out bonus points wherever I can. I'm going to give that promo a thumbs up and add a point to my review. Let's go to the next segment. Looking forward to that main event, MJF and Mark Briscoe. It's been a long time in the making. This is a solid main event tonight. Next up, I got a video package.
MJF! There are many reasons why MJF is the most hated man in professional wrestling, and there is no better example than his verbal and physical assaults on Mark Briscoe.
You brought my brother's name forth. No one will ever respect you as much as your brother Jay. You brought it forth again.
It shouldn't have been me in that accident. It should have been you.
Shame on me if I don't obliterate your ass. Get your ass out here.
Scott, Mark, just because you sound serious doesn't mean I have to take you seriously. But see, now I have to prove a point because Seabiscuit said I'm a gutless coward.
What about now, Hangman?
The hatred went international last week as the self-styled American hero returned to Arena Mexico and defeated Inferno to capture the
CMLL World Championship. You are lucky. I'm the best professional wrestler on God's green earth today.
Tonight, and Briscoe finally shut MJF up for good in the name of Mark's late brother Jay.
For the first time, I really feel like I may never see my brother again if I kill your ass in cold blood.
Or is Maxwell Jacob Friedman truly better than Mark Briscoe?
You know it.
All right, interesting. That was nothing new there. No new promos from anybody, but we did learn that MJF went to CMLL and won the CMLL World Championship. All right, well, crossover there. I guess I didn't hear about that. That's the first I'm learning about it. Next up, we got a backstage thing with the Hurt Syndicate, which involves MJF, so they're going to get interviewed here. Let's see what happens.
Of course, going on to face you guys for your tag titles at Forbidden Door. What do you guys see in a tag team like Brodito?
Oh, they're magnificent, and I'd like to extend to them a huge congratulations. And furthermore, I'd like to give best wishes to the final two teams to meet up for an opportunity to meet up with the Hurt Syndicate. Whoever we face at Forbidden Door, we will be all too happy to hurt them.
Monto.
Lashley and Benjamin exited the room, by the way, as MJF walks in.
Respect. You have known me since I was 18 years old. We don't need Bob. We don't need Shelton. We just need each other. And together, we can win that world championship.
Max, you don't get it, man. You don't get it. Now you're talking about we? I told you, if you join the syndicate, we hurt people. And since you joined us, all you've been talking about is me, I, my. Just like Bobby said, man. Your ego is more than anybody can stand, and that's coming from me. So, it is what it is, brother. And as my last act of kindness to you, because I do love you like a little brother, we will leave you in one healthy peace so that you can pursue your big, beautiful belt.
It's not personal, it's just business.
See, that's where you're wrong, Max. I do love you like a little brother, and I hope you fail in your endeavor, because if you succeed, Bobby Lashley is coming for you. And it won't be business. It will be very personal.
All right, that's it. That is it with MJF and the Hurt Syndicate. He's out. That was the third thumbs down from MVP. So yes, the experiment is over. Unfortunately, I'll have to give this segment a thumbs down and take off a point for AEW Dynamite. That was way too quick. They didn't do that storyline very well at all. I'm kind of disappointed, but it's okay. We spent weeks and weeks and weeks of MJF trying to get into the Hurt Syndicate. They hung out with him for 2 weeks, and they think he's too selfish and egotistical. What the fuck? They knew that already, but okay. Fine, he's out. At least he's fucking done with them. Fuck them anyways. Hurt Syndicate, whatever, bro. I don't know why they're so over. They look buff, but they don't say anything. Shelton Benjamin isn't that special. Alright. Well, I still would like to see MJF versus Lashley at some point, just so MJF can give him his comeuppance that he deserves. Moving on, next segment we got is a backstage interview. It's Mark Briscoe, who is ironically getting interviewed by MJF's girlfriend, who he's facing tonight. But I guess they're going to leave that out of the canon.
Mark Briscoe, you have a huge night ahead of you, as in tonight's main event, you're going to face MJF one-on-one in a grudge match.
That's right, and the time for words is behind us. Tonight, I'm going to do my talking with ease. MJF, the Day of Atonement is here. And tonight you will pay for your sins, son.
Mark, if you are to win tonight's match against MJF, this would mark your 4th consecutive main event win, which some would think could maybe put you in the contendership for the AEW Men's World Championship.
Mark, I've known you 13, 14 years now. PWX, Ring of Honor, New Japan, and here. And I always looked up to and admired the Briscoes. But the person that you have had to be, the person that you've decided to be every day for these past few years, I might admire that even more. So if you win tonight, and I know as good as anyone else that you can, I hope Alicia's right. I hope you are the next one to challenge for the World Championship. So tonight, good luck.
All right, Hangman Page with the respect there for Mark Briscoe. I'm not giving this any points, though. Very subdued promo for Mark Briscoe. Moving on, let's see, are we finally at the main event? Yes, it's Mark Briscoe and MJF. This is what we're waiting for. Finally. So let's see. The match starts obviously hot. MJF tries to get at Mark Briscoe, and it's on. I'm going to skip around. They fight into the crowd. Here's Mark Briscoe wailing on MJF out on the stairwell. I got a spot here. It's Mark Briscoe with, I don't even know what to call that, but I'll give it a half a point as he jumps out of the crowd and snaps MJF's neck onto the ground on the outside on the concrete. Here comes the table. So the table's set up for later. This is going to come into play later on. But all right, so MJF hides behind the ref here and rakes the eyes. All right, cool. Nice little simple heel spot. I'll throw it a half a point for MJF doing what MJF does. Moving on with the match, MJF is pretty cocky and proud of himself. He's working Mark Briscoe's ribs here as a little storyline in the match. Mark Briscoe hulking up as MJF begs off. So cool match, I will say. Prototypical match. MJF here rolls out of the ring, but eats a tope con hero. All right, that's another nice looking spot. Catches Mark Briscoe flying out of the ring. Looks safe. And Mark Briscoe is going to try to put MJF through the table, but no, MJF runs away, gets away this time. Briscoe busted open somehow, bleeding from the mouth. But yeah, he's going to try it again. So he's going to go up to the top rope, has MJF on the table a little later on. But again, MJF gets out of the way, and Mark Briscoe's just going to eat it. He beats the 10 count, but MJF here with a heat seeker, and that's basically the finish as MJF does pin Mark Briscoe, but the referee misses Briscoe's foot on the rope and calls for the bell anyways. MJF here clears the evidence as he sees the ref didn't see it, and he's going to take the win. So the CMLL World Champion gets a big victory on Dynamite that he didn't really deserve. But I'll still give the match a thumbs up. The booking in the end, I think it got Mark Briscoe out of it. He still looks strong as they're trying to make him look strong. MJF is fine. It was a cool little match. And there's an afterbirth. So post-match, here's another segment I'm going to review. It's MJF attacking Mark Briscoe, pounding him on the head, getting all fired up. He's going to use the diamond ring, nails Briscoe with the diamond ring. Hangman Page does come out now. He could have saved Mark Briscoe a little earlier, but okay. He looks all serious, drops his belt, and it's on. He fights with MJF here. So, but here comes security. Not a long fight. They pull them apart, and that's the end of the show. Mark Briscoe's fucked up. Hangman Page is going to check on him. MJF and Hangman Page do get down one more time as they fight into the crowd. Hangman tries to chase him down one more time. Security's trying to pull MJF away. Somehow they get back to the ringside area. And in the end, though, MJF is just going to run for the hills after a little brawl, basically. And that's that. They're headed towards a collision course, although MJF doesn't want to cash in his contract to do it. Somehow or another, looks like we're going to get to that match soon. But okay, I'll give the post-match here. I'll give it a half a point. What did MJF do? He beat up Mark Briscoe. Hangman saved him, and they had a brawl and a pull apart. I don't know. It was all right. But overall, not a very exciting episode of Dynamite. To me, MJF is out of the Hurt Syndicate is the biggest news, I think. And that was a big waste of time. But all right, we got to continue on. All right, so MJF picks up the win over Mark Briscoe. Not clean at all. Missed call from the ref here. MJF, true to his character though, will obviously take it. Seamless transition into his feud with Hangman Page for the world title. I like the booking here. It left a loose end with Mark Briscoe that still needs to be tied up, and we're more and more looking to be headed toward an MJF Hangman Page match at Forbidden Door. Not to mention, MJF is now officially out of the Hurt Syndicate and back to flying solo. Sadly for me, they pulled the plug on it. I thought it had great potential. Now it'll be just a relic, a moment in wrestling history. But as is life, we gotta move on. Again, nothing on Collision this week involving anyone here. I'm jumping to the next Dynamite. It's August 13th, second to last Dynamite before Forbidden Door. Mark Briscoe took the loss the week before and then took this week to lick his wounds and recover. MJF has another mission concerning the AEW World Championship, and we open the show with a promo battle. We still don't have a match officially set for Forbidden Door. Is MJF going to officially cash in his Casino Gauntlet contract this week, or is he going to do as he says and somehow swindle a title shot without having to do that and keep his title shot as an insurance policy? Let's find out how the self-proclaimed CMLL World Champion played this. All right, MJF opening the show. Yeah, they got to make fun of his tiny pickle. Okay. But they do show some replays. Last week, MJF defeated Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe's foot was on the rope, but the ref didn't see it. We didn't really get any follow-up to that today because I assume Mark Briscoe would still feel wronged. But regardless, Hangman Page came out and brawled with MJF afterward, as MJF has been after his world title. He has a contract, like a Money in the Bank style guaranteed contract for a title shot. He's been not wanting to use it, but it's looking like it's getting to the point where he might use it. So we're here at the beginning of the show. It's a face-to-face, and here comes Adam Page. Looks like they're going to have a promo battle.
Look at us, huh? The two day one homegrown stars, the main character and the main antagonist. At least that's what all you dumb schmucks would call me. Here's the deal, Seabiscuit. I've known you for a very long time, okay? And what's become oh too clear to me is that you are at your most vulnerable when you're angry. And I intend on making you very, very angry. So angry, in fact, that you managed to lose your world championship at your very first pay-per-view defense. To be honest, the only reason you're still standing, bud, is because I just don't feel like breaking you right now.
Oh, you're gonna break me, huh? You're gonna break me?
Easy.
Do you understand what I went through to get this? You couldn't break me any more than you could break out of your edgelord B-level movie incel villain routine, you shit. And do you know how Seabiscuit's story ends, you dumbass? He wins.
Got a good point.
Sure does.
He's a great racehorse.
You told me that you were going to make sure that I lose this championship on my first pay-per-view defense match. You're talking as if you have a shot at this championship, and you don't, and you're not going to goad me into giving you that. I told you from the beginning, you would have to earn it, which you have not done, or you'd have to look me in the eye, man to man, and tell me you were executing your Casino Gauntlet contract. you are not here tonight to do either of those things, and if you are not here to do either of those things tonight, you can turn around, walk your sorry ass back home, and live the rest of your life knowing that you don't have the stomach to challenge the world champion.
All right, I got to give a half point to the crowd for getting involved here and calling MJF a pussy.
We shut up when I'm talking. Do you understand me? I don't have the stomach, Hangman, is that right? Huh? You want to talk about our character, our moral fiber? Because you're good and I'm bad. Because I'm the devil, is that right, folks? Yeah. See, if you ask me, good, bad, it's all a matter of perspective. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not the problem. You are. Hangman above all else. Hangman, the main character. Hangman did nothing wrong. They treat you like you're an infallible god.
That's right.
Like you're perfect. Yeah? Well, screw all of you and screw your god. When I was a young man, I learned the hard way when I got the shit kicked out of me for being just a little bit different, that if God is all-knowing and all-powerful, clearly he can't be all good. And neither are you, cowboy. I am going to show the world that you are nothing more than a fraud. Do you understand me? You're not a god. You know what you are? You're a weak-minded, depressed, alcoholic little boy. And you know, cowboy, I don't have a problem with being called the devil. I'd rather be looked at as the devil than be paraded around and be a fake, phony, false idol like you. Because unlike you, at least I am real. And that forbidden door, it's not enough for me to just get back what is rightfully mine, my AEW World Championship. No, no, no. No, see, I have a point to prove. I am going to take each and every one of you, and I'm going to pull off the wolf sheep clothing that he has, and I am going to uncast this spell. Do you understand me? Huh? And live on pay-per-view, I am going to take their god, their cowboy, and I am going to crucify him.
Well, MJF opted to actually try to make points today instead of just going for low-hanging fruit insults. But the one good point he made is that he thinks Hangman isn't real and that he's real. All right, you know what? I will go along with that. MJF is freaking real, so I'll give him a point. So let's see what happens next.
Max, I understand the point you're trying to make. I do. I really do. But I don't think that you understand that no one knows my faults more than I do. And as much as these people have tried to look past them, I will not. I will own up to them. I will not make excuses and run from them like you would.
That's not
You talk about forbidden door. as if you already have a match, Max. But you don't. You don't have a match with me at all. But what you do have is a contract. A contract for a shot at this. Any place, any time that you want, Max. Any time that you want. But you won't take your shot because you are afraid. You want a backup. You want an insurance policy because deep down you know that you don't have what it takes to take this away from me. So if you ever want to hold this championship again, and if you ever want an ounce of their respect, then take your shot. You pride yourself on being an AEW day one guy, so you should know as good as anyone else that All Elite Wrestling is about going all in. So do it. Sign your contract. Take your shot and prove it to them. Prove it to me and prove it to yourself that you are more than what we have always known you to be, which is an insecure, gutless coward. You think I'm a coward? You think I'm a coward? Take your shot! Sign it! Think I won't sign it! Listen to me, you son of a bitch! Forbidden Door! I execute the goddamn contract!
Oh my god. Hangman Page got him, man. MJF was the one who was trying to trick him into giving him a title shot, but in the end it was Hangman who goaded Mac to the contract.
What a moment we just watched. My God. Oh, no.
The realization setting in, the insurance policy is no more if MJF executes the contract.
MJF, he just got out-duped by the world champion. We were talking about.
And they're going to back off slowly, and MJF has a date at Forbidden Door. What has he done? All right, opening segment review. I'm going to say 2 thumbs up. 2 points for me. I'm going to skip forward here as it looked like Hangman Page got over on MJF on this night. But as the main event was ending and the show was just about to go off the air, we get one last segment. Roosh upset after the match, but what can he do? It's a loss. Post-match, this is in the parking lot, so there's one last segment to end the show. Hangman Page is walking to his car, I guess, as the show is over, and he's going to get interviewed first and then attacked by MJF.
Forbidden Door is next Sunday, and the big news out of Dynamite tonight is that MJF has agreed to execute his contract for a future shot at your AEW World Championship. How prepared do you feel for this main event?
Look, I'm not the one who hemmed and hawed about whether they'd sign a contract with me.
MJF attacks Hangman from behind, and he is going to lay the beating on him in the parking lot, and he is going to smash his head up against this car. I don't know whose car this is, but with some vitriol and some venom. MJF is really going to that place here, and I'll play some of this with some audio here. So here's MJF talking to Hangman.
Remember when I said I was going to break you? You ain't seen nothing yet.
All right, looks like he's just going to leave him there, beaten up and humiliated. So final segment of the day, I will say, because of MJF's performance, I will say that I love this. I'll give this 3 points back to my AEW Dynamite review, and that's that. So MJF and Hangman are going to go at it at Forbidden Door. I'm looking forward to that, actually. This is keeping me afloat, staying interested in this show. There's not much else, honestly. All right, yes. If I were just reviewing this show, I would say I love this. Thanks to MJF's performance on the night. Maybe you could say MJF looked weak on this night, kayfabe-wise, as Adam Page outsmarted him. But you got to give the Hangman Page character something here. He is the main character on the show, and he is the world champion after all. But as pertaining to our focus on this night of MJF and Mark Briscoe, we got nothing on this night for that. So I just won't give a rating here. But trust me, Mark Briscoe is going to be involved in this. I'm just trying to paint the whole entire picture for you guys. We do get Mark Briscoe back the next week on Dynamite, and he still has one clear focus: to get at MJF. Even though MJF is already on a date for the world title in just 4 days' time, he still has Mark Briscoe on his tail. We are now in England, and Mark Briscoe has no real business on this show today, but flew across the pond to follow up on this running situation. Let's see what we got next. We got Mark Briscoe. Let's see what he's yelling about. Is he still yelling about MJF, I wonder?
Wait, yo, MJF! I done had enough, man. I done flew across the damn ocean. Tonight, I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna kill you, son!
He's still on one about MJF. This is interesting. Yeah, he had that match, and he got screwed over. His foot was on the rope, so to him, it's not over. I'm fine with that. Let's see what happens. I guess we'll see later on. Moving on, backstage we got Ricochet hanging out with Gates of Agony, his henchman.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are looking at right now is the hottest group in all of professional wrestling.
Ricochet! Look, as I'm sure you know by now, I don't like it. Bald people freak me out, and frankly, the idea of me being bald actually gives me agita. Hold on. I'm here to conduct business. Now look, as the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and right now, currently, our enemy is looking for moi. So what would happen, pray tell, if all of us found him first? So what do you say? Want to be my friend?
You know, Max, normally I love to see you run around here stressed to the max, like a chicken with your head cut off. However, Mark Briscoe, he irks me. And I think we owe him a little something. So you got yourself a deal.
That's what I'm talking about. Now it's time to plan and... Hey, get this camera out of here, man. Get out of here.
Well, Ricochet and MJF coming to...
Interesting. They came to a pretty easy agreement there. That went smoothly. Ricochet's all about it. MJF is his type of guy, so he's passed off Mark Briscoe to Ricochet, okay? Interesting storyline plot there, and more planning to come. I'll give this backstage thing a thumbs up. I think this was an interesting segment, important segment. Hangman Page is here. He's entering the ring to cut a promo. We got to listen to Hangman Page. He's the world champion.
Last week, I was jumped from behind in the parking lot by Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Jumped from behind, because that is how MJF likes to handle things. Underhanded, backstabbing, opportunistic. If Max has ever had a problem in his life, he can't look it head on because he does not have the balls to do it. And that's why I know it is a waste of time. It is a waste of my time. It is a waste of your time to call him out to this ring right now, because I know he won't come down here and get the piss beat out of him a few nights early, because he is an insecure and gutless coward. But Max, I need you to know that once you sign that Casino Gauntlet contract, and you stand across from me in the ring at Forbidden Door, there will be nothing underhanded. There will be no backstabbing. And there will be only one opportunity for you for the World Championship. And I swear to God, Max, I am going to shove my size 12 ostrich leathers straight up your checkered print ass.
Does the challenger have the courage?
So MJF's music is playing, but no MJF.
Hangman, I'm sorry. I'm getting word that we have a message for you. MJF has one of our cameras backstage, I understand. He does want to speak to you, but apparently if you leave the ring before he finishes, okay, something bad, according to MJF, something very bad is going to happen. I'm sorry, but he's got a camera. You've got to stay in the ring. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Okay, we've got the camera, guys. What's going on now?
Hey, man. Hey, Seabiscuit. Up here.
Hey, bud. Hey, do you remember when I told you you're at your most vulnerable when you're angry? Well, say hello to your vulnerability. Hey, man, here's the deal. Okay, buddy? You're going to give me what I want. But I'm not greedy, man. I just had 3 requests for Forbidden Door. 3 simple requests, and then your friend here is going to be safe and sound. However, if you don't say yes to my 3 requests, my home is bud. Well, then, unfortunately...
Oh, you bastard! You bastard!
He's going to be Kentucky Fried. Woo! Pungent! So here are the 3 demands. Number 1, the title can change hands via disqualification. Number 2, the title can change hands via countout. And number 3, which I didn't originally have planned, but good on you. You tricked me last week. Congrats, you outsmarted me for all of 5 seconds. Number 3 is, I do not have to use my contract in order to get my match at Forbidden Door. So what's it going to be, Hangman? Because about right now, I'm going to ask for a lighter, and we're going to find out if the people like it when MJF lights things on fire as much as they do when their hero Hangman does. And you, my friend, have until the count of 5. Come on, man, what's this from your buddy? Thank you. 1.
Put it down! Put it down!
2.
Max, put it down!
3.
Put it down!
4.
5! 5! 5! You got it! 5!
Oh, that's what I thought.
Wow.
See, at Forbidden Door, Hangman, congratulations. You're still a hero.
Well, MJF weaseling his way out of having to execute that contract with Hangman Adam Page. Hangman Adam Page in pursuit of MJF.
Hangman is pissed and he runs backstage and presumably is going to try to find them. And he's got a steel chair. So, wow, okay. I will say that turned it around for MJF pretty quickly. He doesn't have to cash in his contract, so that's not the end if he loses. Interesting. Plus, some stipulations. I gave that segment 2 thumbs up. The stipulations are interesting. If he could egg Hangman on somehow and get him disqualified, he'll win the title, and if he's a count-out, he'll win the title. All right, well, that's a lot of advantages for MJF. We'll see what comes of it later on. I think it was an exciting match. It was a really solid match, I will say, but we will get to that review in a little bit. But very next segment, Hangman Page is looking backstage for Ricochet, and he finds him, and he just nails him with the steel chair. I don't know why Ricochet was so nonchalant waiting there, you know, with his back turned. I would have been, like, hiding or left the building already or something. Here's Hangman Page pinning Ricochet to the wall, screaming in his face. Oh my god, freaking Ricochet. I gotta say, I love this segment. I love this shit. This was not bad. Anyways, the security comes in and pulls him away. And that's that. Freaking Ricochet. He actually nails one of the security guards in the face, so Hangman Page is not fucking around. Like, Gates of Agony show up. A little too late, though. They're just pissed off about it. They were not there in time to help Ricochet. Ricochet survived, though. But that was a low-down, dirty thing to do. Ricochet and the Gates of Agony to want to burn Mark Briscoe and light him on fire. They should have left the building. They should have ran away as far as they could as soon as it happened. Instead, I don't know why they were just hanging out back there like idiots, basically. All right, so after last week, where any MJF fan would have been disappointed with how weak he looked, getting goaded into giving up his guaranteed world title shot, he gets it right back. I mentioned Ricochet a couple times earlier in this show, and this was the point where he really gets involved in this. MJF, back into the swing of things on his own, enlists help from a heel, business arrangement type of deal with a stable that comes to be known as the Demand, Ricochet and the Gates of Agony. But this is classic MJF here. I really like this. And he was going to light Mark Briscoe on fire. What the hell? Well, right off the heels of that madness, we go straight into Forbidden Door after these messages.
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids Meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Come and catch them all.
There is no horseman. There never was a horseman. There never will be a horseman.
Ichabod?
You can lock the door. You can bolt the windows. But can you survive the night? From director Tim Burton, Johnny Depp, Christina Ricci, Sleepy Hollow, rated R. Friday, November 19th. Hey, what do they got in there?
Brand name products at closeout prices.
You're kidding.
Hey, saving money's my life. I'm an accountant.
You think I can get a deal with this?
No problem.
Big Blue Cooler, $10, not bad. Oh, you're good.
Clarissa will make some young lady very happy. She's a fine porcelain collectible doll for just $19.99.
Big Lots, brand names, closeout prices.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
Man's gonna blast him. Oh, no, look at this. No. Oh, God, he went there. He's fighting.
All right, in case you're just joining us, we're doing MJF and Mark Briscoe today. MJF is to face Hangman Page for the world title at Forbidden Door, but Mark Briscoe won't let go of an earlier beef and is on MJF's tail. This past Wednesday, MJF threatened to light Mark Briscoe on fire with help of the Demand, but Hangman Page gave in to MJF's demand of giving MJF a world title shot and allowing MJF to hang on to his guaranteed title shot contract as an insurance policy. You can rewind the stream if you missed any of that and want to catch up. But now we are at Forbidden Door, and I have footage from my review of this world title match from the Malapert Wrestling Lives Here YouTube channel's 67th live stream. That's all I got to say about that, but I got to move on to the next match. It's MJF. It's Adam Page. What I found was funny was the crowd singing MJF's music. They did this also on Dynamite. It just sounded funny to me because the crowd in Europe does this thing where they like singing, but MJF's music is one that's kind of hard to sing to. Okay, here's MJF. Danielson is on commentary for this match, Bryan Danielson. Here's Hangman Page. And MJF didn't execute his contract, plus what he pulled off on Dynamite by threatening to burn Mark Briscoe alive. He can also win the title here via countout or disqualification. So immediately MJF goes to the ropes, runs away, delays the start of the match, but eventually Hangman Page does get him in the ring, and the match does take off. So here, finally, Hangman Page is laying into him. They fight on the outside here. I'm going to wait for it to get back in the ring before I show some highlights. Here's an Orihari moonsault from Hangman Page. He does it often, so I'll give it a half a point. If he saved it for big nights, maybe I would give more points, but he does it on freaking Dynamite or Collision when he's on there. So MJF, here he is setting up a table. It's going to come into play later. Again, weirdly that they could use tables and it's not a disqualification. But Hangman Page gets up, and after Hangman gets called a piece of shit by MJF, he's going to do a backflip onto him and a tombstone piledriver combination. I'll give that little combination a half a point. Moving on in the match, we got a Deadeye onto the table. Goddamn. I'll give that spot 2 points. 2 thumbs up. But why is it not a DQ? I don't know. That should be the end of the match. That should be a win for MJF, really, if the title changes hands on a DQ. But the ref's discretion, the ref, Bryce Remsburg, grew some balls today, as we'll see in a little while. MJF didn't get pinned from that Deadeye onto the table, though. Here's a drop toe hold from MJF onto a steel chair. Let me play the audio here of MJF talking to Bryan Danielson, who's on.
Just like you, he fucking sucks!
All right, MJF gets to curse on television. It is pay-per-view, though, I guess. Danielson looks on. He doesn't get involved, though. Here's a running tombstone onto the table that was already broken. It looked really good. Blood on the table as well. So I'm going to give that spot a point. I'm impressed with MJF's strength. MJF here tries to take the count out as it would be a title change, but nope. Hangman Page beats the count. There's MJF taking the turnbuckle off, but he's going to go into the exposed steel himself, and he's going to get busted open. So there's MJF's color. Good color today. Looks good. I approve. Hangman Page sees that MJF is cut, and it turns really dramatic. But after an exchange that the crowd is really into it, they both go down. MJF kicked out of a Deadeye, and the two got a standing ovation from this incredibly large crowd. Moving ahead, MJF pulls out the diamond ring, and he puts it on the floor, and he tells Hangman to hit him. He's trying to egg him on so he could get disqualified. He even spits in his face, but Page doesn't do it. Instead, he ends up, after thinking about it for a long while, spitting in MJF's face. Shouldn't spitting in someone's face be a disqualification? MJF disgusted here. That's how I would look if I got spit in the face. I'll give 3 points to MJF's look on his face for getting spit on. Although he just spit on the guy himself. Hangman got rid of the ring, but somewhere along the way, MJF got it back because he's going to use it later. Almost ref bump there. Here's actually a ref bump. And this is where things get really hairy. A low blow from MJF and a heat seeker. And the ref is trying to get up to make this count. When he finally gets there, he makes the count. This is the interesting part. Hangman gets his foot on the rope, but the ref is kind of fucked up, and he just makes the count. This is a repeat of the ending that the Mark Briscoe match had a couple weeks ago on Dynamite. Literally, MJF won the exact same way, and the ref didn't notice. And he is fucking happy, and the crowd is happy, and he is basically celebrating. And here comes Mark Briscoe. So Mark Briscoe's music hits. He's taking down security as he comes in and gets pulled away. And then MJF turns around and finally sees now that Hangman Page's foot is still on the rope. This is in a way hilarious, but also in a way it makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. Why Hangman is just laying there for like a whole minute. I'm torn here. I'm torn between giving it a thumbs down for how stupid it is and a thumbs up for how funny it is. But okay, so MJF is like, fine, I'm just going to take his foot down. And as he's running to take his foot down, the referee literally gets up right at that second and runs over there like he wasn't hurt at all. Like, what the hell was this? I gotta say, this is funny, but I can't review this. I don't know what to think. And then Bryce Remsburg, for once in his life, grows some balls. He's like, not here, not in this big arena, not like this. And he continues the match. And MJF is fucking pissed, but the match restarts. He pushes Bryce Remsburg. Hangman gets up, misses the buckshot, and then another low blow here from MJF. I thought this might be the end for Hangman, but that was a false finish. MJF is crying about it. His next idea is to grab the CMLL title, use it as a distraction, and hit Hangman Page with the Casino Gauntlet contract. That is a false finish as well, okay? Many, many false finishes. Now he's going to grab the diamond ring, put it on. I guess he picked it up at some point. I didn't see when. And then he's going to swing it at Hangman, and the ref is going to see it and catch him and pull it off. And for once in his life, Bryce Remsburg is a good referee. And then MJF gets cracked with the Casino Gauntlet. And then after a deadeye, here's the finish. It's a buckshot. And Hangman Page retains the world title here. So there you go. It's not too bad because MJF at least still has the contract. He could cash it in at some point. But that is that. I will give the match overall a thumbs up. I have to give a rating to that little portion of the match. I've just been wrestling in my mind with it, whether I like that spot where Hangman was just laying there for a minute. Today I'm going to say I'm in a better mood. Maybe if it was a bad day for me, I would say it was stupid and give it a thumbs down. But I'll give it a thumbs up because, God, he was just laying there for so long. Still there. After everything that happened with Mark Briscoe, and MJF turns around and he sees Hangman Page is in the exact same position. The ref is in the exact same position. Obviously, this was very stupid and weird, but I'm still giving a point just because I was entertained by it. It was so ridiculous. All right, that'll conclude today's pre-show. We've gone over all of my coverage so far of the MJF Mark Briscoe feud on this channel. It's now time to finish it off. After we take a quick break, we will go over the rest of the feud and the run into All Out, including reviews from popular wrestling social media superstars. We'll be back with the main show after this classic 90s commercial break.
Together we've celebrated birthdays and opening days, good efforts and little losses, moments that live once and forever. But what we've really celebrated is time together. Now McDonald's salutes the year-long Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration, where new memories are yet to come. Commemorate this momentous event at McDonald's with 4 special edition glasses. Where can you start celebrating the millennium? Did somebody say McDonald's?
The Blair Witch Project on video or DVD. Now with newly discovered footage. Own the project in stores now.
Okay, everybody, let's square dance. Oh, bow to the partner, corner I say. Circle to the left with a merit trade. Break right out and you go online. Load the boat, you're doing fine. Research is free, make that trade. Swing that girl, promenade. Circle up bait with a hoop and a holler. Each trade costs you just $8. Hey, bow to the partner, corner I say. You trade it online with a merit trade. Yoo-hoo! Ameritrade. Believe in yourself.
Play the House on Haunted Hill game. See the movie and you could win $100,000. We're giving away over $1 million in cash and prizes, including blockbuster movie rentals. No purchase necessary. Details at participating theaters. Rated R. Starts October 29th.
You know what I love about being on TV? All you people watching out there can't eat us, so tough noogie.
Excuse me, I like to eat alone.
Save us!
Fox presents an extraordinary new special, a haunting Halloween event for the whole family. Night at the Headless Horseman, Thursday at 8 on Fox.
What is love?
Well, it's sweet.
Yeah, and it's very tender.
Eating an Arby's roast beef sandwich.
How does love make you feel?
First of all, my eyes just go nuts. You start to salivate.
Your taste buds are just like sparkling.
Tell me more, baby.
Pour the Arby's sauce on it.
And the horsey sauce, they have to be together.
I can dig that.
My taste buds go crazy.
Right on.
Arby's, America's favorite roast beef sandwich.
So what are you waiting for?
Wait, he's ragdolled and Christian. Oh, God!
drop even continue here? I mean, oh my God. And that's just Bones' head wants the side of the cage. Maybe for Sky. Oh. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. There we go. There it is. Oh, God. Hello. Oh, he's staying with that. Belly driver attempt. Britt. No. Oh, my God. In heaven. Gonna turn things around. Hook. Ty Conti. Don't do it. Oh, style pile. With every fiber of his being.
All right. Welcome back. The channel has been rebranded. Wrestling Lives Here. Malapert's the name. That would be me. You're lucky to catch the premiere of my premium live series. Today we are going over all of the classic MJF Mark Briscoe feud from the summer of 25. If you're just joining us, we just watched all of my reviews of this entire feud up until the August Forbidden Door show, where MJF failed to win the world title from Hangman Page, thanks in part to his dreaded nemesis, Mark Briscoe, with whom things have gone nuclear personal. MJF tried to gaslight himself into thinking he could dismiss Mark Briscoe and go on to win the world title with Briscoe on his tail, but it was not to be. Now that this chance at the world title has flown by the wayside for MJF, he has no choice but to attend to the unfinished business that is Mark Briscoe. It's August 27th, the Dynamite after Forbidden Door, 1 week after MJF threatened to light Mark Briscoe on fire.
Interview. Got you on. You want to hear the MJF interview? Famous MJF interview. You want me to sit here and be cocky after that? All the fans did was prove my point. I'm bleeding buckets, and you chant you deserve it. Cowboys bleeding buckets. You chant cowboy. I have a match won. I get my belt back. 1, 2, 3. Mark Briscoe cost me the match. You chant you deserve it. You chant. You chant you deserve it. I get this bash into my skull. You chant you deserve it. You're right, I do deserve it. I deserve better than the way I am treated by this company, by the fans. I am a generational talent. I am the best on the mic. I'm the best in the ring. I am the best in the world. I did you a favor by releasing you this past Wednesday. I should have burned you alive. When I see you again, trust me, boy, I am going to. And then when I walk to the back, Tony Khan informs me I am no longer allowed to execute my right for the Casino Gauntlet contract whenever I please. No, I have to give advance. Hey, man, you want to call me a coward? I can assure you, there's only one man who is going to be able to take that belt from you. And his name is Maxwell Jacob Friedman. And when I sign the dotted line to this Casino Gauntlet contract, it is not going to be for a match. It is going to be for your soul. Because my name is Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and I'm better than you. And once I'm through with Mark Briscoe, you know it.
MJF had a pre-taped interview from Forbidden Door after his match where he narrated the way that he got screwed over with B-roll. And again, it's just he badly needs a change of scenery and some people to interact with that are in any way interesting.
Billy, what's going on, baby? Now, you know this building is extremely important to the history of the Briscoe brothers. This is where it all started, man. I wish I could be there with y'all tonight, but I promise I got a good reason why I wasn't able to make it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce baby Mac Briscoe, the latest member of the crew. Now let me move on to something that's not suitable for such pure infant ears. Take this and go. MJF, it's been 1 week since you threatened to set me on fire on national television. So let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take all your hopes and dreams, your goals and sure that you didn't pick up that fluke win at Forbidden Door against my friend Hangman Adam Page like he did against me a few weeks back on Dynamite. And you best believe the next time I see you, I'ma light your ass up. But something you said, Max, it's haunting me in my mind. You said I can't win the big one. So that takes me to another nemesis of mine. The TNT champion, Kyle Fletcher. Kyle, I heard here recently my name came out your mouth. And Kyle, we've had a hell of a rivalry. 2 wins for me, 2 wins for you. I think that you just ain't sure if you're really better than me, man. So let me make it real plain, real simple. Kyle Fletcher, I'm challenging you for the TNT Championship. And we're going to be here for a few weeks in Philly, so hell, let's do it right here in Philly. What do you say, Kyle? Are you going to man up?
Got a pre-tape promo from Mark Briscoe. He was down in Sandy Fork, Delaware, and he said that the 2300 arena is extremely important to the Briscoe brothers, but he couldn't be there tonight for a very good reason, and he showed off his newborn baby. It was baby Mac Briscoe. Mark Briscoe, and now we have Mac Briscoe. By the way, that is baby number 9 for Mark Briscoe, okay? Baby number 9, when you have enough kids that you can fill up an entire Don Callis family, I think it's time to stop. I think that's a good time to stop. I'm just saying. The Hart family, so Stu and Helen Hart, they had at least 12 children. Owen was the youngest. Mark Briscoe is catching up to Stu Hart. The next thing Briscoe has to say, he said, is not for baby ears, and he hands the baby off to somebody who we can't see off screen and says, take this and go. Reminded me of Macho Man at WrestleMania 8.
This year's take it and go.
Take this and go.
After he won the championship from Ric Flair, and Flair kissed Elizabeth, forced himself on her after the match, and Savage just lost his fucking shit. And there was this great post-match angle where Savage dove onto him and Flair double-teamed him. And in the back, Savage is just a basket case. And I'll never forget, Mean Gene is trying to interview him, and he just hands the belt to Elizabeth. This is yours. Take it and go. Ric Flair, you got the whole package here.
I want the whole Flair package.
Fucking psychotic eyes and everything. Man, we don't get promos like that anymore, man. What happened to real wrestling promos? Is it the drugs? Is it just that simple? So Briscoe said, it's been 1 week since MJF tried to set him on fire. So he's taking all of MJF's hopes and dreams and setting them on fire, which is exactly what he did at Forbidden Door. And he said that MJF has always said that Mark Briscoe can't win the big one, which got Briscoe thinking about the TNT champion, Kyle Fletcher, who he is 2 for 2 with, and he challenges him to a TNT title match in Philadelphia, because again, they're going to be there for another week. And he questions if Fletcher will man up. Now, it would seem unwise to me that this man would cost MJF the world championship at Forbidden Door and think that MJF would not get involved if he tries to challenge for the TNT championship. Like, you poke the bear, and then you want to get a title match of your own. I don't think that's going to end the way that he thinks it's going to end. Probably not going to end well for Mark Briscoe next week.
So Cornette, seemingly dismissive of the program and MJF's booking in general. Solomonster, on the other hand, picked up on the same logical plot hole I was concerned with. After all that's happened, in what world does Mark Briscoe think MJF is going to leave him be to win the TNT title? This really seems like the time to push for MJF and Briscoe to settle their differences, not a TNT title match. So I'll only throw a half point on the board for this day, and let's move on. We're on to Collision, 3 nights later. Early in the night, the man Mark Briscoe challenged for the TNT title was in tag action and picked up a win for the Don Callis family over the conglomeration. I personally find it difficult to understand why Mark Briscoe couldn't be out there with his stablemates, especially against such notoriously nefarious opponents, including the man he called out. But regardless, After this match, Lexi Nair mediated a meeting between Mark Briscoe and Kyle Fletcher's manager, the notorious Don Callis.
Don Callis, you peculiar-looking individual, it has been nearly 73 hours since I issued a challenge for the TNT title to your client, Kyle Fletcher. I've not heard a word back from you. I've not heard a word back from him. If you're scared, just say you're scared. But please, sir, give me an answer.
The answer is we're a little busy with Kyle being the TNT champion. There is an ocean of talent out there in that dressing room that also would like a shot at Kyle Fletcher. Not just you. Number one. Number two, Kyle's getting ready to have an 8-man tag on Dynamite where he not only will get to crush Kenny Omega, but he's going to get his hands on the AEW World Champion, Hangman Adam Page. I've stated it. The Don Callis family wants the world title back, so we're a little busy. But I have a lot of respect for you, so I'm going to do this for you. I will pick one of the many, many members of the Don Callis family to wrestle you, and we'll see how you do. How about that?
So, Don, when I beat your boy, then do I get my TNT title shot?
Well, Mark, I don't like your chances, but sure. If you can beat my boy, you get your shot. No problem.
Sounds good, buddy.
Yet another impressive win for the Don Callis family here tonight on Collision. And coming up Wednesday on Dynamite, Josh Alexander, Kyle Fletcher will be in that highly anticipated 8-man tag.
Lexi, everybody's talking about the Don Callis family. Yet another very impressive win. I even got Mark Briscoe chasing me around, begging me, please, Don, let me have a shot at Kyle Fletcher, the TNT champion. Get in line like everybody else. But this Wednesday, I am so excited to see what you're going to do, what you were brought here to do.
That's right, Don. I was brought here for a lot of reasons. I was brought to this family for a lot of reasons.
All right, I'm going to stop this right there. Nothing against Josh Alexander or this all-star 8-man tag coming up. But we're really straying from the main topic of the day here, as Josh Alexander's got some beef with Kenny Omega. I would discuss Josh Alexander's abysmal AEW run some other time. Not his fault. But to get back on track, here's Kyle Fletcher, who despite having world title ambitions, must attend to his duties as TNT champion and address Mark Briscoe.
Right now, the Don Callis family is firing on all cylinders. The Protostar is your TNT champion, and that is not going to change for a very long time. So, Mark Briscoe, get in line. We will deal with you just like we did your little conglomeration buddies tonight. But Wednesday on Dynamite, we take the next step in putting the AEW World Championship back in the hands of the Don Callis family. So, Hangman Kenny, Jet Speed, bring your best, because the family will not move aside for anybody.
Now after this, Uncle Don is with Lexi and Pastor Briscoe, and they agreed to have this little one-on-one moment with each other. He goes on to say, look, if you want to get your little opportunity with Kyle, you're going to have to get to the back of the line and wait like everyone else. We're busy with the Don Callis family. Kyle Fletcher is busy. He's a wanted man, and we don't have time for the likes of you. Uncle Don said, if you can beat one of my boys, then you can get your little opportunity against Kyle. He doesn't say which one. It could be any of them. To be honest with you, I think it's going to be Wardlow. At first, I was thinking Lance Archer. He could use a match like this, but I really feel like they're going to pick Wardlow. And if that's the case, this is going to be the first time we see Wardlow in the ring since God knows when, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, Wrestle Tati. I would also have been very excited to see Wardlow face Mark Briscoe. I would have been excited to see Wardlow face anybody. Don't get me started on the wasted opportunity that was Wardlow, one of AEW's biggest tragedies, but I digress. So, Wrestle Tati, taking the chance to make some fun out of this and make a prediction on who Mark Briscoe will face. Spoiler alert, it wasn't Wardlow, Overall, I'd say I was pretty indifferent to Mark Briscoe's business here on Collision. I can almost say I didn't like how they couldn't at least get a few minutes of in-ring time for this. The way they recorded this out in the parking lot somewhere made it seem a bit unimportant to me. In a sense, it is unimportant as we await MJF's return. For our running tally tonight, no interaction between MJF and Mark Briscoe. No rating here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back right after these messages from the past.
What is it, Iverson-san?
I'm getting worked under the boards, Taka.
Show rebound stance. Bamboo reed need deep root for strength.
Go, come on. Here it comes. Give it to Where'd he learn that?
NBA 2K on Sega Dreamcast. It's thinking.
People, you can come out now. Look, I've got the wireless internet right here in my hand. No wires, no tricks. There's news, sports, even Yahoo, and crystal clear calls, all right here. Let's print PCS. That's right. Come on out. Welcome back to the world.
Introducing the Sprint PCS Wireless Web.
Every player dreams that one day he will be immortalized on an NBA poster. Unless he's that other guy on the poster. No matter what a player's famous for, he still gets thirsty.
Oh, he took him to school!
Being John Malkovich is funny, very funny. Fall off your chair funny, jaw-droppingly funny. The funniest movie I've seen in years.
Being John Malkovich.
How was it?
It was amazing.
Rated R. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Give me a hand. Give me a hand. Come on. Drop the chalupa. Drop it. Drop the chalupa.
Yeah, drop the chalupa.
The new Taco Bell chalupa is so good, people won't put it down. With a shell so crispy and flaky on the outside, yet soft and chewy on the inside, you'll wonder why we put stuff in it at all. Grab one now for just 99 cents.
Move. Fine.
They're back. 4 new Chihuahuas are looking for love. Get yours now at Taco Bell.
Paging Dr. Goretti. Paging Dr. Goretti.
Dr. Goretti, paging Dr. Goretti.
Dr. Goretti.
Dr. Goretti!
Are you a prodigy? Prodigy Internet. His job. I clean fish tanks. His problem.
Where am I going to get $6,000?
His only choice. I'm Deuce Bigelow, your gigolo for this evening.
Easy.
I think there's been a mistake.
Did you say steak?
From the producers of Big Daddy.
I knew we should ask for a photo.
Comes the world's most unlikely male escort.
Oh, Deuce.
Hi. Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo. Starts Friday, December 10th.
He's on a top Taven. Oh, Hangman. Oh, not going to be good for anybody. She's powerful. Oh, my God. Go! Oh, no. It's going to hinder him. And then powerbomb. No! And he don't do it. And he no! Guevara. There's no fear here. Everything. Kenny Omega. The man on top of the ladder. They've expended. John Moxley does. Death Rider. Punches at the face of Jericho. Look at this. And Jericho into the barbed wire. Punches nuts. Oh,
God. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we spun a wheel at the beginning of today's pre-show to determine a theme for our commercial breaks today. It landed on my favorite decade, the 90s. Miss those days, man. Some pretty funky commercials here. I've enjoyed them and found them a very interesting blast from the past. These were the type of ads wrestling fans would be seeing during the Attitude Era. But if you're wondering why I'm playing ads at all on the show today, I'm taking a bit of a stand against the ADHD, non-stop sensory overload internet culture. If you think you should be getting non-stop sensory stimulation all day, every day, you need to get a freaking grip, man. No wonder everyone is freaking mentally ill these days. I'm not going to play a 4-hour documentary straight through like that. You need to close your eyes at some point. Relax. Meditate. Go to the bathroom. Empty your bowels, if you know what I'm saying. Anyways, that's just my 2 cents. If you want non-stop entertainment continuously, then swipe to the next video. We chillin' here today. Anyway, we're in the middle of Mark Briscoe and MJF's feud from the summer of 25. I was covering AEW in painstaking detail earlier in the year before I kind of gave up on it around August, as it wasn't drawing much interest. But I reviewed a large chunk of this feud on my live streams already, and I wanted to finish covering the rest of it for my channel, as I personally think MJF is the best wrestler in the world today. And although he is toiling away in AEW, since inexplicably re-signing with the promotion in 2024, for the unimaginable talent he possesses, I find anything he does historically significant. And I'm liking a lot of these segments for this program today. Not MJF's best stuff. Hopefully one day I can find time to do a documentary for MJF and CM Punk's legendary feud. But I still find this Mark Briscoe feud to be more than worthy of being a part of the MJF story arc. We're getting closer to the end of this program today, as we've only got 3 more weeks of shows until All Out. And although MJF and Briscoe are aware that they must deal with each other, at the moment, MJF is not here, and Mark Briscoe is pulling a little side quest trying to acquire that TNT title from Kyle Fletcher, and must defeat one of Fletcher's stablemates in the Don Callis family to get that title shot. We're at AEW Dynamite, September 3rd, 2025, and Mark Briscoe is headed to the ring, presumably to find out which Don Callis family member he will have to face to get that chance at the TNT title.
Mark Briscoe came to the ring for promo time here. Briscoe's focus is on Kyle Fletcher and the TNT title. It meant he had to have a conversation with Don Callis.
Yeah, baby, we in Philly tonight. Right here, right now, 2025, my focus is on a young man named Kyle Fletcher and the TNT title that he wears around his waist. Unfortunately, that involved having a conversation with a man named Don Callis.
My favorite chant. Not been the first time that it's been said in this building. Oh, many times. It's been said backstage a lot, too. Yes.
That's exactly right. And yes, I am speaking of the same Don Callis that looks like Elton John dressed up like a prosthetic penis for Halloween. But anyway, Don Callis said that I had to beat another one of his henchmen to get my shot at Kyle Fletcher in the TNT title. So I'm tired of waiting, Don. Let's do this. Come on, choose your man, whoever it may be. I'm ready.
In order to get a TNT title shot, Callis says he'd have to defeat one of his henchmen. So Callis walked out with Rocky Romero and Lance Archer. Oh, man. Ooh, boy.
I know, Mark, that you're very impatient to get your answer. But you know what, Mark? I'm a little busy getting Kyle and Josh ready for the big main event 8-man tag tonight. So, if you want your answer, Mark, it's not going to be one you like because your opponent this Saturday on Collision will be none Takeshita.
Callis said Briscoe's match will take place this Saturday on Collision against Konosuke Takeshita, who made his way to the ring in a face-off with Briscoe.
You better save it for Saturday.
Don Callis, I think you just like messing with my head, man. You trying to get me all out of sorts. Man, okay, Saturday, that'll be great. I will be whooping your ass, Mr. Takeshita. But damn it, I put on my fighting breeches. I'm ready to go right now. So find another one of your henchmen, one of your goons, and let's go. I want somebody right here, right now.
Callis went to leave with his family when Briscoe said he'd see Mr. Takeshita on Saturday, but he wants to fight right now. Archer came to the ring. Briscoe charged. We got a referee, and we got Lance Archer and Mark Briscoe official for tonight's Dynamite. Who won, bro? Briscoe or Lance Archer, man? I'll give you 5 seconds. Who won here?
Let's see. Since everyone dies, definitely Mark Briscoe won. Yes. Absolutely, Mark Briscoe won.
Oh, man. Froggy Bow, man. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. He wins with the Froggy Bow. That's it. Goodbye. You know, seemingly, Jesse, I thought Briscoe's problem stemmed with MJF. Now, all of a sudden, he's got problems with Kyle Fletcher, manufactured out of nowhere, bro. What happened there? This obviously nothing match here between Briscoe and Kyle Fletcher. When, where, I don't know.
Where is MJF?
He's fucking in his palatial estate on Long Island.
All right, so another episode of Dynamite with no MJF, no interaction between MJF and Briscoe. So again, no rating from me here on our running tally. But I am trying to paint the whole picture here as it pertains to the whole MJF Mark Briscoe saga. Briscoe learned he's going to face Takeshita for a chance at Kyle Fletcher's TNT title. I will just mention that Fletcher participated in the main event opposite Hangman Page, as he has eyes on that world title. So he's not really totally focused on the Briscoe threat here. Although Don Callis' family had put forth the idea of acquiring Hangman Page's world title, Kyle Fletcher clearly put forth those intentions with this promo the following Saturday on Collision, September 6th. Pretty dismissive of Mark Briscoe, Kyle Fletcher was here, as he felt compelled to move on to bigger things. But all the while, Mark Briscoe was in the main event with the intention of proving to MJF that he can win the big one. And after Kyle Fletcher brought up Mark Briscoe's name after his post-victory presser at Forbidden Door, Briscoe is jonesing for another crack at the man he previously defeated, this time for the TNT title.
Konosuke Takeshita, Mark Briscoe. Briscoe needed to win this to get a shot at the TNT Championship, so God forbid he win it so Kyle Fletcher would have to defend the title. No, can't have that. Because MJF
come out, shove him off the top rope when he was going for the frog splash. That allowed Takeshita to hit Raging Fire and pick up the win.
MJF was the last damn person I was expecting to see tonight.
I was wondering, how was Mark Briscoe losing this match? Because I didn't think for a second he was winning.
Was it Nigel who was on commentary tonight who said he hates Mark Briscoe more than he loves his wife?
He did.
It is hard to disagree.
Got married last night. What the hell is he doing?
He hates Mark Briscoe more than he loves his wife.
MJF said, I'm fucking the night. It's not my wife. I know that was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Congratulations to the newlywed couple.
Yes.
But I thought the same thing. Like, yo, shouldn't you be like going to Hawaii, Fiji, Myanmar, or something? Nah, you came here to make sure the chicken farmer got nothing. That's hate.
And I love what MJF immediately did. He shoves him off and he just like straight up flat backs it on the floor like, I ain't here. No one saw shit. Also, I love that Takeshita tried to get in his face about it after he realized that MJF helped him win that matchup. And Don Callis had to kind of get in between and be like, hey, this ain't our beef. Accept the win. We're moving forward. We protected our boy, the Proto Star, and everything is fine. Get out of the way and allow MJF to handle his business.
So I think a few things happened there. Don Callis says we'll take the win by any means necessary. But I understand Konosuke's frustration. I already told my family member, my good boy Josh Alexander, to go to the bat because I could beat him. I didn't think Briscoe was winning. Quite honestly, I thought Takeshita was going to beat him clean. When Don Callis was out on commentary, I'm like, okay, there's your MacGuffin, no problem. I've seen this song and dance before.
He proceeded to keep pounding on Mark Briscoe until security broke him up, and then finally he hops on the microphone and says,
No. Listen to me, you white trash piece of shit. You name the time, you name the place, you name the match, you name the stipulation, because it won't matter, because your ass is mine! No, I want you to respond. I want you to respond.
Wow, he's thrown the mic into the ring. He wants a response right now. There's MJF.
Boy! You done messed up, pretty boy. Yeah. I named the place right here, right now. The place is at All Out live on pay-per-view. And the stipulation, Max, I got a whole bunch of screwed up stuff going on in my head right now. So I'll get right back to you, buddy, but rest assured, you have signed your own death warrant, son. Reach for the sky, boy.
Mark Briscoe can name the stipulation for All Out.
anytime, any place, I'll let you name the stipulation. Immediately, we knew that this was going to be All Out. But I did like the fact that Mark didn't immediately have a stipulation in mind. This man just went through a hellacious match. He just got his brains beat in. He's like, I got a lot of things churning in my mind. Let me take some time and figure out what this is going to be. I do agree with everybody in the chat. I hope it is a dog collar match that they end up going with here.
Or maybe some sort of cage match. Briscoe versus MJF. Man, you're going to have to dig deep in your bag of tricks, MJF, to cheat. Because if Briscoe puts a dog collar match on you, what's about to transpire? What's going to happen? I want to know what's going to happen.
I've seen a lot of people in the chat say ladder match for the contract. That would be interesting.
He still has his contract.
So that could be interesting. Or how about an Inferno match?
Is that like the exploding barbed wires match?
No, exactly what it sounds like. You win by setting your opponent on fire. What did MJF try to do to Mark Briscoe just a couple weeks ago? He tried to set him on fire.
Rick, I mean this with the utmost respect. That's a little too New Japan or Noah for American audiences.
Come on.
If this is
Come on.
ECW.
WWE used to do that match all the time with Kane. Randy Orton and Bray Wyatt did an Inferno match. That's like my guilty pleasure stipulation match. It's such a cool visual. Put a literal ring of fire around the damn ring and let him go. It's my guilty pleasure match. Just watching the Fiend Bray Wyatt burn to a crisp. Oh my God. It is a memory I will carry with me forever. It's not going to happen. But if I could make a suggestion, do the Inferno match, please. Look, if I'm Mark Briscoe and somebody tried to set my ass on fire, best believe I'm making that happen for real.
You are truly a sicko.
All right, so the gang over there covering this episode of Collision for Fightful were pleasantly surprised to get a rare MJF appearance on AEW's B Show. I will echo the sentiment. 2 thumbs up here from me. The previous review we watched had JD from New York complaining about MJF's absence, as we are balls deep in the throes of this blood feud. I'm usually not one to follow the rumor mill outside of the shows, but this was the week MJF married Alicia the Interviewer. But he returned here just in time to cost Mark Briscoe this match. I really don't think MJF's absence did too much damage to the program here. It actually provided a nice little opening for Mark Briscoe to go after the TNT title, which gave MJF the chance to return the favor from Forbidden Door and cost Mark Briscoe something. And now the match is set. This is Mark Briscoe's chance at redemption, and he'll even get to pick the stipulation. I'll give it away that it wasn't an Inferno match. Although I like that idea very much, it actually made a lot of sense, and would have given this feud the fire, no pun intended, that it deserved. But we got a few days to sit and ponder what the stipulation will be.
Well, the challenge was thrown out by Mark Briscoe this Saturday, and our cameras caught up with MJF after Collision.
Mark Briscoe, you want to know how much I hate you, man? Yesterday was my wedding. That's right. This morning I hopped up out of my silk-lined bed and I made a beeline dash to the front door of my house. And my wife, my newlywed wife, she screams out to me. She goes, "Where are you going? What about our honeymoon?" I said, "Toots, no honeymoon can start until Mark Briscoe is dead." And just as I started twisting that doorknob, she screams out, "If you leave right now, we're done." You know what I said, Mark? I said, "You silly little bitch. I was married way before I ever met you. I am married to the game. I am married to hate. I am married to vengeance. I am married to ending you, Mark." So, Mark, I left that door. I left that house. I swung it out open, and I did it with a smile on my face. And on Collision, I am going to walk down that aisle, and whatever stupid stipulation you pitch for All Out, you know what my answer is going to be, Marky? I'm going to give you the same answer I gave on my wedding night. I do! By God! I do!
Is going to leave, obviously, to kill Mark Briscoe, and his wife asks where he's going. Time for their honeymoon. He says, "Toots." Huge pap.
Huge pap. Toots is such a dick. It's one of the best words used by awful people.
What was it? Cheers, Toots. Cheers, Toots. Back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, it was LA Knight.
LA Knight, I thought so, yeah. We're not going to have a honeymoon until I end Mark Briscoe. She said, "If you leave right now, we're done." And he said to that silly little bitch, he was married before he ever met her. He's married to the game.
Really good stuff, this. He came across as a complete arsehole.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Bye, love. I'm going to go and end Mark Briscoe. Where you going?
My review, fucking fire promo. But since it was pre-recorded and nothing actually happened here on this show, I'll give this 3 points. Let's take a quick break. This would be a good time to empty your bowels. If you must, you have 3 minutes.
2 incredible hours, 1 unforgettable event.
I need this patient prepped for an emergency C-section.
Is she gonna be all right? An all-new 2-hour 90210 at 8 tomorrow on Fox.
Didn't you remind him to get gas?
Me? You're the smart one.
Now what?
Relax.
We're called
Him. He owes us a favor.
Use 1-800-COLLECT. It'll save him $1 or $2.
Gotcha. 1-800-COLLECT.
Need a lift?
Yeah, baby. Yes, ma'am.
We don't accept rides from strangers.
We do now. Yes, we do. Use your head. 1-800-COLLECT.
Save $1 or $2.
Or 3.
In feature films, the production assistant gets stuff where it needs to be. A dozen glaze, a dozen chocolate. So my car is pretty much my office. In 8 days, I drove about 1,000 miles. Some people may have a window office or a corner office. Me, I've got a window office that corners.
Lease a Saturn SL for $159 a month for 39 months. $14.95 due at lease signing.
Julie, what's your 20?
I'm in the car.
The most intense. The most horrifying. It's in your blood. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. The nightmare continues, only from Capcom. Send your little dancer's picture to Fox 2 and Radio City's Dance with the Rockettes contest. And you could win a dance lesson and tickets to the Radio City Christmas Spectacular at the Fox Theater.
Whenever I know I'm going to meet someone, I always do this. Just to see if I need a Tic Tac. Friendly little 1.5 calorie bread thins. Tic Tac. Breathe friendly. I love being a trendsetter.
The biggest comedy of the year is now available in a handy take-home size.
I shall call him Mini-Me.
All the laughs.
I love you.
All the love.
I love you.
All the mojo.
I've lost my mojo.
All in one box. and it's yours to own for only
$100 billion.
Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
Available now on VHS and DVD.
Lost it through his cheek, his lip. Oh my God! What the hell?
His favorite pastime.
That is graphic. Oh, Ruby, he's got Ty all hooked up. Destination.
All right, welcome back. We're covering AEW from this past summer, leading into the conclusion of MJF's volatile feud with Mark Briscoe. Before we carry on with the program, I'd like to take a minute and catch everyone up who's new to the channel on the Malapert Smart Review System. This is the system we've been using to review things on this channel for the past year. I like it. It seems to tell me more than an arbitrary number from 1 to 5. I've heard people say like 4.7. Okay. So here's how my system works. Most of my reviews land somewhere in this area between 2 thumbs up and 2 thumbs down. Sometimes, if I love something, I'll go slightly above 2 thumbs up. And up here, we're getting into the Dave Meltzer past 5 stars territory. But there's no limit on my scale. We can mix and match to come up with any specific number. But in wrestling, especially nowadays, it's rare to pull a fire or mind-blown rating. But it happens, sometimes. Anyways, now that you're caught up on that, if you're just joining us, I'm not going to recap anymore. We're making a mad dash to the finish. You can rewind if you're interested in how this all transpired and all the reviews so far. But for right now, let's jump into Collision.
You know, Tony, as they say, revenge is a dish best served cold. It doesn't get much colder than leaving your wife in the bridal suite so you can exact your revenge on an enemy.
So here's what's going to happen. You're going to stand there. You're going to shut your mouth. You're not going to say a single word. You're going to be a good little mic stand for me. You understand? Jeez. What's going on? I thought this was the city of brotherly love. What's going on? I would tell you all to listen up, but I know you're all so poor you can't even afford to pay attention, so. And if that went over your head, congratulations, you're about as stupid as Mark Briscoe. Speaking of, Mark, what you experienced last week was an eye for an eye. You distracted me at Forbidden Door. You cost me my world title, so I cost you a shot at yours. But I'm the bad guy, right? Okay. Mark, the only reason these people champion you is because you managed to stick it to a man that everyone around the world is jealous of. Because I'm a man who is in major motion pictures. I am the CMLL World Champion, and I am your soon-to-be next, after I beat that loser, Hangman Adam Page, AEW World Champion. Unless that schmuck Kyle Fletcher wins. Mark, buddy, you're not proud of being blue collar. None of these people are. That's what you tell yourself so you don't down a fistful of pills and chase it with a bottle of Jack. I was born better. It's in my blood. You were born broke. Mediocrity is in yours. That is precisely why at All Out, Marky Boy, I got no problem letting you pick the stipulation. Because guys like New York's better and you all know it. Because guys like you work hard day in and day out, and it doesn't change anything. Which is precisely why at All Out, when the match is over, when the bell has rung, much like for the entirety since the inception of civilization itself, blue collar will bust and white collar will win.
Max! Look at you, Max. You pathetic little man. Matter of fact, let me slow down for a second. Max, I gotta say thank you. That's right. Gotta say thank you, Max, because you have provided me with a sense of excitement that I haven't felt since I was a little boy waiting on Santa Claus. You told me that I get to choose the stipulation for our match at All Out. And since then, there's been so many thoughts and ideas in my head, it's just so hard to land on anything because everything sounds so good. But I think I got an idea. We're here in Philly, right? Philly, y'all know a thing or two about tables, am I right? Matter of fact, I watched a man named Sabu put at least 100 some odd people through tables in this very building. So let's make that the first piece of the puzzle. And then, you know, my mind's crazy the way my brain works. Here we are on TNT, like TNT tables in... Hey, Max, you're a generational prick. So how about tables in thumbtacks? Huh? I'm not talking about a dozen, 100, 1,000, 10,000. I'm talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of thumbtacks. TNT match, tables, thumbtacks, all in a no disqualification environment where, of course, anything and everything could go down. But Max, I think that'll be sufficient for me to give you the ass whooping that you've been had coming. The ass whooping that your wife should have gave you after you jetted right after y'all big fancy beautiful wedding. That reminds me, Max, I never did give you my wedding present. So, how about I give it to you right now? Turn around, dumbass.
Watch it!
It was kind of a cool moment, I thought, where like it seemed as if Jay was really backstage live filming this video, but in reality, he snuck up on MJF in the ring. Briscoe pours a bunch of tacks into the mat and ends up setting MJF for the J driver. And of course, MJF scurries away. He's too smart. And the stage is set. This match is going to be insane. I don't really know why anybody would want to put themselves through this. I mean, thumbtacks and tables. These boys will be hurting. But I did tell y'all that Briscoe seems like the guy who would go through a table for a half of a hot dog. So I really do hope that MJF can keep his scarves clean. I do like the parallels that MJF has drawn from their matchup, such as, you know, things like white collar versus blue collar, and the fact that he figures he who represents white collar will end up on top. With this match being what it is, a hardcore match, I would assume that Jay actually gets a W. If you think about it, bro, MJF has the contract in his back pocket. Win or lose, he can, you know, maybe lose a little bit of pride, which would, I mean, be a huge detriment to MJF. But he could always challenge for the championship. So I don't know if it really means much if he loses. And I don't know how sneakily he can win if it's a match where there's no disqualifications.
All right, relative newcomer to the IWC here. Shout out to It's Lil Benji. Go over there and subscribe if you haven't yet. Nice review here, nice work. Mark Briscoe gets MJF back with the same trick MJF pulled earlier in the feud. The old pre-tape on the big screen sneak attack routine. But I unfortunately will have to give this my first thumbs down on the night. Tables and tacks. Okay, it would have been nice if this epic feud just had a closed top steel cage match to finish it off. But okay, let's move along. Bit of a side note here, MJF actually appears one more time later in the show as we have an interview outside in the parking lot with MJF's fabled arch nemesis, Mystico.
Mystico, you have a huge match coming up on Ring of Honor, but this Friday night you will be taking on MJF at Arena Mexico for CMLL's 91st Anniversario, and your mask will be on the line.
No. Escuchar! Don't worry, bud, I come in peace. I'm an American hero after all. Now listen, at Anniversario, it is me versus you. And for the about I don't know, the millionth time at this point, I'm going to pull that stupid mask off your face. Except the only difference is this time, it's going to be permanent. And then I'm going to hop on my private jet, and I'm going to fly out to Winnipeg, and I'm going to turn Mark Briscoe into a human pincushion. But in the meantime, here's what I want you to know. I'm not just doing this for my country. I'm doing this for the betterment of pro wrestling. I cannot wait to end you, Perro.
La semana que viene te quitamos esa máscara estúpida. Porque él es mejor que tú y tú lo sabes, perro.
MJF, see you next week in my house, La Arena México. Te veo en el 92 aniversario, porque el perro vas a ser tú.
So what do we have here? 7 days ahead of MJF's showdown with Mark Briscoe, he has an ultimate blow-off scheduled with Místico down in Mexico, with Místico's mask on the line the night before Tables and Tacks. Won't that affect MJF's condition ahead of the match with Briscoe? I don't know. I think it might be something we should keep an eye on. But moving on, it's the week of All Out. This week's Dynamite was combined with Collision and dubbed September to Remember. And we have the boys from Post Wrestling with their review of the last AEW show before 2025's edition of All Out.
MJF walks into Tony Khan's office, the power that be.
Hey, we need to talk. Hey, Max. No, hey, Max me. Don't hey, Max me, dude, okay? You screwed me at Forbidden Door. Let's be honest. You know you did. You took away my right to execute the Casino Gauntlet contract whenever I wanted on Hangman, all right? You owe me one. Be honest with yourself. Wait, I'm not done. I won out of this Tables and Tacks match. I'm not going into tacks and tables. I'm not some deathmatch douchebag like Mark Briscoe. I'm a real professional wrestler. You knew that when you signed me. I won out of the match.
Okay, first of all, I owe you nothing.
Wow.
Second of all, after the way you acted with that contract, and especially when it comes to Mark Briscoe, you violated the rules of AEW, and you violated the integrity of the sport of professional wrestling, Max. So no, I don't think so.
Great. You woke up, you decided to be a boss today, you put your big boy pants on. I'm proud of you, Tony. You know what I'm not proud of, though? I hope that you are so happy when there is another Briscoe in the dirt, and it is on you, not me, you!
He wants out of the Tables and Tacks match and explains, I'm not some deathmatch wrestler. And Tony Khan, who's not on camera, and MJF is not getting out of this match, so he is threatening to put another Briscoe in the dirt.
Man, tough line. Definitely on the border of like what would be cool, but for MJF, it feels really perfect. And doing it all off camera, behind closed doors, I thought had a really nice effect here. Good stuff from them.
Yeah.
This one pulls a thumbs up from me as well. Moving on, I'll note that MJF's translator, John Cruz, appeared on Ring of Honor this week on MJF's behalf, as Místico also took down Mansoor one night before his showdown with MJF in Mexico for the CMLL Light Heavyweight Championship. The guy working as MJF's translator down in Mexico is also the masked wrestler Serpentico, in case you didn't know that. I just found that out myself. But alright, I know you're dying to move on to the main event of our show, but I have one last thing to mention before we hit the main event. And I only bring it up because in a roundabout way, this does have something to do with MJF's match with Mark Briscoe, as he had to defend his CMLL world title in Mexico the night before at CMLL's Aniversario against Místico, whose feud with MJF seemed to be concluded at Grand Slam Mexico back in June, as we've discussed earlier on our pre-show. Concluded in quotation marks, as these two will always hate each other. It's never really over between these two. The feud had to be rekindled here due to MJF's possessing of the CMLL light heavyweight title, which Místico wants to bring back to Mexico. How does this relate to the Mark Briscoe feud? Well, whatever damage MJF takes here will surely carry over to the Tables and Tacks match coming up the following night. So I'm going to go ahead and include this in our proceedings today. Plus, this match was just universally lauded and critically acclaimed. I swear, One day I'm going to do a goddamn MJF Mystico documentary. But if you haven't seen this, I present to you a bonus segment. One night before AEW's All Out, MJF versus Mystico, September 19th, 2025, for the CMLL Light Heavyweight Championship. Wrestling may be dead in modern times, but wrestling lives here.
spins into the armbar on MJF, and MJF tapped out, and the people went, Happy New Year.
I love the way they did it, too, with him just quickly grinding on the arm. MJF tapped. They didn't wait too long. It was kind of perfectly timed, quick.
Yes, because that's the way. You don't lay there in the fucking hold for a minute, stationary, motionless, and then tap. That's goddamn flatter to fucking fart and fucking 4 o'clock. He goes to Mexico, of all places, and is the top heel, becomes the champion, and then loses the belt to their most over babyface in front of a sellout crowd on their big anniversary show, their version of WrestleMania, and tears the house down and has the consensus best match on the show while doing like a total of 4 dangerous things and not using 1 stick of furniture or a flamethrower.
I'm really glad you watched this. Maybe the best thing to come out of the AEW CMLL relationship has been the MJF and Arena Mexico run. Mystico, in his environment, he's the biggest babyface in wrestling.
Yeah.
And MJF has been having maybe the best heel run of anyone in wrestling this year. In Mexico, he deserves a ton of credit. Mystico deserves credit. But so much of it's the energy and the fans, and it's almost like real heat. It's something you don't really see that much anymore.
American heel style works in Mexico. MJF is one of the few guys who understands how to be a heel in the ring. I don't believe that an American babyface could get over anywhere near the level of Mystico or the top luchador faces. You can take an American heel and put him in that environment, especially now, because they hate Americans. Have him play that up, and then if he can perform in the ring, then you can get heat. This is their environment, and MJF's the guest star, and he's working more like an old school territory heel than anybody else in the world, and it works. And it was refreshing to watch. An amazing performance.
We're going to take one last commercial break and return with the conclusion of the Wrestling Lives Here YouTube channel's premium series, episode number 1.
How do you like to have fun? How about finding a great deal? McDonald's combos are just $1.99 every day. Like the double cheeseburger or spicy Cajun McChicken. Both with small fries and a small Coke. And at just $1.99 every day, you'll have more to play with.
Say you're going to miss your favorite TV show because you have to go out of town. Unexpectedly. With a single command, your show can be digitally recorded every time it's on. No tapes, no hassles. Introducing TiVo. It puts you in control. With TiVo, you run the show.
Taco Bell introduces the chalupa.
Ooh.
With a shell so crispy.
Ay, ay, ay.
So flaky.
Oh.
So chewy and tasty.
Hurt me.
You'll wonder why we put anything in them at all.
Por favor, drop the chalupa.
Get your hands on one now for just 99 cents. If you don't love it, we'll give you your money back. Only at Taco Bell.
They're back. 4 new Chihuahuas are looking for love. Get yours now at Taco Bell.
It's okay. She'll be back in 3,000 miles.
Yeah, I know.
Cars. We know them. We love them.
This holiday season, if you're abducted by aliens, be careful what you eat.
Just like Mother used to make.
Keep an eye on the kids.
Hi, little guy.
And whatever you do, stay away from the mistletoe.
Oh, that's not right.
Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Galaxy Quest. Rated PG. Starts Saturday, December 25th everywhere.
Superstar Mariah Carey takes you on a journey back to her high school.
Why am I not on the wall of scholars?
For a hometown concert. Join Billboard's Artist of the Decade. With guest Joe at 98 Degrees. Mariah Carey's homecoming special tonight at 9/8 Central on Fox.
morning, itty bitty. Just what I need. Another little bald guy.
Pac-Man's moving up to a whole new world. Pac-Man World 20th Anniversary in 3D. The Star's big new adventure.
It's 5 years and we finally get City Boy away from the stock market.
I'm getting firewood.
You've been doing that all day. Hey, did you hear about my stocks? Man, can I pick the winners?
Yeah, down 20 points.
But if stocks were like football, I'd put all my money on New York.
What? New York?
On man, I bet you $50 they win tonight.
No way, it's not gonna happen.
Now you can stay connected with internet-ready wireless phones, one of the many new technologies available at Best Buy.
I take that bet. They're not gonna
make it 100. You got it. $100.
He's going to fly and run through this guy. On charges in. Oh, no, not again. No. Wait a second. Whoa. Rosa slipped out. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, my God. Yes. Target. Commander. Shooting. God. Be careful. Whatever you're going to do, Vikingo. Oh, my God. Jeez.
All right, enough talk. Let's just jump into this. It's the day of reckoning for MJF. To take us through the last match of the night, the Sala Monster.
MJF against Mark Briscoe in a tables and tax match. MJF had a very busy weekend because he was in Mexico on Friday night at the CMLL 92nd anniversary show. So he was scheduled to defend that title against Mystico on Friday night, which he did, and he lost. And not only did he lose, but he tapped out. After wrestling in Mexico at 1 in the morning, MJF made it to Canada to wrestle third from the bottom here on this show. And he was also wearing all white, which was very much done on purpose. I mean, he was, white shirt, white pants. So you knew that he wasn't going to be white for much longer. Once the blood started flowing, my God, it wasn't even his blood, but with all the blood on his pants, he looked like he was on his period. Now, you knew that this was going to be a bloody, violent match coming into it. I mean, the fucking stipulation was tables and tax, okay? So you can't plead ignorance and say, man, I wasn't expecting this. Like, yes, you knew what to expect coming into it. Somehow it was even more ridiculous than I thought it would be. They had buckets of thumbtacks in all four corners of the ring. Tables were set up at ringside. Bryce Remsburg had goggles on and oven mitts on his hands to protect himself. I would be in a whole ass bee suit if you asked me to referee a match like this. MJF immediately took a powder outside. Briscoe wasted no time in taking every bucket and pouring out all of the tacks all over the ring. The ring was littered in thumbtacks. There were so many tacks that both guys were sliding around like they were ice skating. And he body slammed Briscoe onto the tacks. And then he also drove him, like he grabbed his head and was driving him down head first into the tacks. So MJF draws first blood. He played Rambo here in this match. MJF ripped Briscoe's shirt off. He delivered an Alabama slam onto the tacks. Briscoe, though, kicked out. And then after dragging Briscoe through the tacks, MJF put tacks in his mouth and he fired off a right-hand shot. Then he delivered multiple backdrops onto the tacks, just one after the other after the other. MJF called for another one. Briscoe flipped onto his feet, though, and he got one on MJF. Now, there were some table spots outside where Briscoe just killed him. Back in the ring, Briscoe delivered a power bomb onto the tacks before pulling out a tack-covered chair from under the ring. It was tables and tacks, but now we have chairs in this match. Why didn't you just call it a thumbtacks match? So Briscoe wanted a chair shot to the head with it. MJF got a low blow and a chair shot to the back before hitting a tombstone onto the tacks. Briscoe still kicked out. MJF at this point is just picking the tacks out of his hands. And he pulls a table into the ring and he pours bags of tacks onto them. And he wants a power bomb. And Briscoe punched his way free, but he got crotched in the corner. And MJF wanted his avalanche tombstone that he does, but Briscoe got out of that. He wanted an avalanche J driller. But MJF bit his way free. Briscoe returned the favor, and then he dove off the top with a froggy bow as the table exploded and tacks are just raining down through the air. So then we got a proper froggy bow. Briscoe planted MJF with a J driller onto the tacks, and he got the win. This match was basically, if I had to describe it, it was a 20-minute Saw movie. Now, I liked some of the Saw movies, but if I wanted to watch a Saw movie, then I would watch a Saw movie. Both guys have my respect for the effort and the punishment they took, but this just wasn't my thing. MJF has proven that he can hang in whatever type of match you put him in, whether it's hardcore, Iron Man, dog collar, whatever it may be. They made the most of the stipulation. I'm just not a fan of it. I was a little surprised that Briscoe went over here, but MJF now appears to be in this losing streak phase. He lost to Hangman. He lost his CMLL title to Mystico. He just lost to Mark Briscoe. But he still has that guaranteed contract that he can cash in. So him losing here doesn't matter, because I think it's part of a larger story that they're doing with him. And also, all he needs to do is show up on TV on Wednesday and just say that the only reason he lost is because he had to stoop to Mark Briscoe's level and play by his silly deathmatch rules. So MJF is going to be fine. Mark Briscoe gets a rare big win, especially on a pay-per-view. You could argue it was a much-needed win to give him a nice shot of credibility at that level. But for MJF, it's another match for him. And he'll move on, and when the time is right, he'll cash in that contract and he'll win back the World Championship.
All right, I got to review this match. These guys did as well as anyone could with this. I've tried throughout today's broadcast to only review this program in a bubble and not take into account anything else that was going on the rest of these AEW shows. But this is a rare case where it's undeniable. If you watch AEW, then you know. And yes, I am in part speaking from the school of Jim Cornette here, that the craziness surrounding these two in AEW hurt this match. If I hadn't already seen Ruby Soho and Ty Conti roll around in thumbtacks, maybe this match would have landed harder for me. There have been so many hardcore matches in AEW, so that just wasn't what I wanted for the end of this feud that I was well enjoying till pretty much the end here. The correct blow-off for this feud here would have been a simple, closed-top steel cage match. MJF would have had nowhere to run, and Briscoe wins clean. So, my rating for the dealings here at All Out, I won't give a thumbs down, since it was the right finish, Briscoe winning. But I won't give a thumbs up either. No points from me here. And that's pretty much all I got to say about that. But hey, what the hell do I know anyways? For I am nothing but a lowly pinche malapert way. My. What a journey we have been through today. I have to point out how hilarious it is that this all started because the production assistant sent Mark Briscoe out to cut off MJF's promo because it was running long. One would think that this started because MJF invoked the name of Mark's late brother. But if Mikey, the production assistant, hadn't sent Mark Briscoe out there to cut off MJF's promo on June 25th, we would have never gotten all of this. As for my closing thoughts on this whole program, MJF is awesome. All the way around. Not his best feud, but not his worst either. Adam Cole. For the more highbrow audience, the lowbrow rhetoric can be jarring. MJF doesn't really have to go there, in my opinion, although it does give his character an edge. But he's got the mic skills and every other facet, and that alone, without the controversial aspects of his character, makes him the top guy in the industry. The charisma, the mic skills, and the in-ring, freaking top notch. I often wonder why WWE didn't throw a mountain of money at him and insert him directly into the top of the card. Selfless guy, too, putting over his fellow wrestlers. But regardless, here we are. As for Mark Briscoe Mark Briscoe fared well here, I felt. Kinda tough for him to be thrown into such a high-profile program without having been in the spotlight much, since he got the chance to join the main roster after the untimely death of his brother Jay. They did use the tragedy as an angle in the program, which I think everyone was curious how that would go. I would say I think it was done as tastefully as it possibly could have been. And although Tony Khan has taken much criticism for fumbling wrestlers in the past, including Mark Briscoe himself early on, AEW actually capitalized on Mark Briscoe's redemption here and gave him the legitimacy of winning his first singles title a month later at Full Gear, defeating Kyle Fletcher in a brutal, bloody no DQ match. And with that, Mark Briscoe has emerged from the shadow of his earlier tag team career. Now a legit singles name at the top of the card. I would say that we very much have MJF to thank for his rise. I'm giving this program a final overall rating. Thumbs up. Well, there you have it. Thank you to all the reviewers who seem to love wrestling as much as I do. I would personally put Jim Cornette and the Sala Monster as the two best wrestling analysts online today. Although Cornette's overly critical nature of his AEW analysis made it hard to include him in today's festivities. Although a lot of his points about AEW bear much weight, we all know the deal. It is what it is with AEW. Take it or leave it. I wouldn't recommend the show to anyone actually serious about quality content, but if you dig deep enough, there are some diamonds in the rough. As for me, I'll watch literally any wrestling. I fucking love wrestling more than anything. I don't care if it's good. I'll watch a homeless guy cut a promo if he wants to. So I'm not here to tell you to watch AEW or not. Do it if you want to. If you got something better to do, then do that. I have no timetable for our next premium series episode, and I've disabled all comments on the channel going forward, as I've decided I don't really care what any of you think about anything. Watch and enjoy if you want to, but I don't do this for you. I do this for me. Although wrestling may be dead in modern times, wrestling lives here. Malapert is the name. Bon voyage, motherfuckers.
Turn on the lights, feel the beat. Wrestling tales can't be beat. Join the crew, take your seat. Welcome to the Wrestle Heat. Now the first one on the fly. Stories don't catch your eye. Talking tales till we die. The smoke's always high.
For anyone out there still locked into the Wrestling Lives Here YouTube channel, I got a couple bonus clips for you of Mark Briscoe and MJF post-brutality at All Out.
Whoa! Yeah, baby! Yeah! It feels good to be in here conglomerating with my crew. We all picked up big wins. We was all victorious this evening, and it feels really good. I got that piece of garbage MJF behind me, so now it's time to look forward in front of it, if you will. And you know what I see? I see another man who has been a bit of a thorn in my ass. Woo! And that's you, Don Callis. So I'm laying it out, plain and simple. Wednesday night, Don Callis, pick three of your goons, your biggest, your baddest, your toughest, and y'all can take on, let's say, me. My main man from the Mexican land, the amazing hologram, and another member of the conglomeration. And 6-man tag team action.
Mark, don't leave hanging. Which one is this gonna be?
I'm glad you asked that, Willow. Hey, Kyle! Is he ready to come back?
He says, whatever.
I'm so angry right now that I just do not have the energy to yell anymore. You know, I was once not long ago the biggest star in wrestling. The most talked about name. Didn't matter what show you were watching. My three letters were on signs and being chanted out loud around the world. I was the guy. Then Adam Cole came into my life. Broke his ankle. And yeah, this might sound sappy, but he broke my heart. Then I lost my world title. At World's End, I lost my mojo. I lost everything. Went away for a while, rehabbing, then I came back. And don't get me wrong, I'm not an idiot, okay? I have managed to accomplish more than anybody in this sport would dream of during this time frame. But something's missing. I'm not MJF. I'm a caricature. I'm playing MJF. Since I've lost my title, I've made so many mistakes trying to force myself just to snap out of it. And all the while created doubt after doubt after doubt after doubt. See these tacks all over my body? They aren't tacks. They're doubts. I cannot come back until I look in the mirror and I no longer see a fraud, but I see a man who was once at the top of this profession. Let's face it, folks. Ospreay, Swerve, Hangman. You can yourself all you want, but they were once in my dust. Now I'm in theirs. When I come back, I will no longer be playing MJF. Hell, I won't even be the MJF of old. No, no. I will not come back until I am the most dangerous I have ever been. I will lap around everyone in this company, everyone in this profession. Doubt? There were times, I'm sure you knew, I bit off more than I could chew, but through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up. And I spit it out. When I come back, I am taking my spot at the top of professional wrestling, and I am going to do it the only way I know how, whether you like it or not. My way.
Speaking of following up and going home, and where the fuck is this going? MJF was in the back of the building in a pre-tape after the pay-per-view, where he usually does, again, great interviews. He was going over all the shitty things that have been done to him since Adam Cole ruined his life. Said he's made mistakes, he's not himself, and he can't come back until basically he gets his shit together again. When he comes back, he's not going to be playing MJF. He's going to be dangerous again. This was, I did this interview in 1989, and it aired on TBS when the Midnight Express and I legitimately quit WCW because of the way George Scott had booked us. And we left for a couple months so people could get the bad taste out of their mouth and forget how many jobs we'd done. Is this, or does this just mean that Max is going home again until they make him do something else in the middle of this fucking whirlpool of effluvia?
Well, again, it also came out a couple weeks ago that he was cast in another movie, so maybe there are other things, but, you know, this is coming off the segment where Edge announced he's going home. With MJF, it would be a good thing. If they really are going to bring him back, more serious, maybe more of what we saw in Mexico. We just saw MJF have one of the best, if not the best match of the year in Mexico, coming off a run where he's been a dynamic heel in Mexico, and at the same time, kind of pussyfooting in AEW. Keep him off TV for a while if you're going to do it. And bring him back big. Have him fucking cash in and fucking win the title from Adam Page.
I don't think you can't cash in anymore unless you give him a week's notice and a fucking insurance bond.
There's got to be a way around it. There's got to be a logical way around it, and they don't use logic.
How can you make an impact here? He made an impact in Mexico by getting juice on Mystico, the babyface, and tearing his mask. On this show, the flamethrower doesn't hurt anybody. How can he come back and make an impact? What can you do on this show that is so shocking and disturbing to anybody that they haven't seen that would register that, oh my God, I got to see more of this? What?